says, I don't know who you are. I never heard anything about you. The owner is rafting the Colorado River through the Grand Canyon with his girlfriend, and he never told me you were coming. And but he came and picked me up, and I stayed on there for the summer and I learned a bunch. And then I left there and hitchhiked from Chalice, Idaho to Cody, Wyoming. And when I got to Cody, I had like $9. And so I found a campground where they'd let me pitch my little one-man pup tent. $6 a night, I remember it.
Lots of folks are flooded out of here. We have our work cut out for us, that's for sure. Since you'll need your base of operations up and running, I recommend checking out the machine yard. From there, you can drive up to Sandwing, the settlement next door. I'm sure you'll find a good spot. Oh, and that cool Lynx Scout vehicle we prepared for you? Well, it's somewhere. You can laugh, but I don't know where exactly, as nobody bothered keeping proper records. At least I know that you can find it in the Eastern Highlands.
I stayed at that one because they had a shower house, and I'm like, I'm not going to become a scrubby homeless person, you know. So I stayed there and just started calling every ranch, every dude ranch, every outfit, every day, calling. I ran out of money, and the lady who owned that campground there, she told me, she said, my dad needs somebody to haul hay. So I went and helped him, and he paid me $15 for hauling hay like this. Came back another night, stayed, another supper. Next day she said, if you'll police the campground for cigarette butts, I'll give you a bowl of soup and a sandwich and another night stay. So I did, and then the next day one of the outfits called me back, came in, sat down and interviewed, and I threw my bedroll and everything into the back of their truck and went out and went to work.
And you're doing all of this with a infant?
No, but they're in Hawaii. They're in Hawaii.
But you're still a part of this system now, so you're away from your wife, you're away from your first child.
For several months, yeah. I don't recommend it.
Was that difficult?
In a way it was, in another way, it wasn't as difficult as it should have been.
Mm-hmm. Well, you've got this tension, right? You've got this tension between slowly moving toward a dream that you've had for a long time, this career aspiration, this fulfillment of a life purpose, and then also the desire to be a good father, a good husband. But you also you're making these sacrifices in order to create the future. It's a complex situation.
My wife, and we're still married today, it's 34 years in March.
Congratulations.
Okay? Thank you. But I'm 6 years older than she is, and we're totally different. And I had been on my own for a long time when we got married. And as happens in marriage, you know, we'd hit that 2-year mark and the luster was gone. We weren't getting along very well, you know, so I don't think she was heartbroken at the separation for a while, you know, any more than I was. And so after I got settled, I had worked for the summer there, and then I wound up with another outfit, and after I got settled, I flew her and the baby out, and we'd had enough time apart for all the turmoil and the bubbling to settle down, and then we could start working on it again. So it was, in one sense, it was difficult. In another sense, it was a bit of a relief, you know, that it shouldn't have been. It doesn't speak well to where I was in my character at the time. But yeah. Maybe
that 6-month break has enabled a 35-year marriage.
Right. You need, though. My wife has come I've traveled all over the world, and I've always been a very restless fella. And there's been times where my wife has come to me and sat down and said, honey, I love you, but you got to go. Go hunting, go visit a buddy, go do something, but you can't sit around and drive me crazy all day. So, you know, she knows, and she's been very supportive over the years.
What was the mindset shift? I'm interested to learn about old Dwayne and new Dwayne and where that calming trajectory, why that happened, what instigated it?
Well, I'll just say I came to a place in life where I just didn't like me anymore. I looked in the mirror and I'm like, I will not spend the next 50 years with this guy like I have the last 50. I don't like me. Nobody around likes me. I can't. Catalyst just came about, and I'm like, I can't do this anymore. I'd had a small heart attack, and I knew it was a heart attack, and I was at the point, I'm not kidding, I lay there in bed, and I felt it come on, and I'm like, I think I'm having a heart attack. Good. I don't have to fight this anymore. I'm not going to wake my wife up. I went to sleep.
You were in bed next to your wife having a heart attack.
Yeah. And I went to sleep. I woke up the next morning. I'm like, dang it, I'm still here. And so, and I didn't tell her. And I went to the doctor. I had further heart problems and other problems. And I finally went to the doctor, and they did the EKG, and they're like, yeah, you had a heart situation back on this. And it was just kind of, it's like, I can't continue to live like this, you know. And my kids didn't like me. I wasn't abusive, you know, I was never, but I wasn't a very nice person. And I was just very on edge, very angry, and so I had to make some decisions. What's making me like this? I need to get it out of my life. And there were people, including family, that I'm like, nope, y'all are gone. I stopped watching the news. I'm like, nope, y'all are gone. You know, started changing my diet. Started spending a lot of time out on the front porch just smoking cigars, letting the world go by. And slowly over time, you know, got a handle on stuff. And went back to reading. You know, when I was a kid, I read heavily, you know. And went back to reading poetry and Marcus Aurelius and stuff, and just kind of got some of my perspective back.
I think that's a hopeful message for young men that find themselves being angry and not in a place where they want to be.
Angry, there's no benefit to it. You know, it doesn't fix anything. Even when you're in a fight, and I was in law enforcement for a while, even when you're in a fight, if you get angry in the fight, yeah, maybe your adrenaline comes up, but you lose your head. You know, you lose your strategy. And, you know, anger, it just turned out, I'm like, this is not profitable. And this is eating me up inside. And I'm making stupid decisions. And this has just got to end.
You told me as we were talking outside about how horses can detect your emotional state, your heart rate, and if you enter into an environment with them,
right,
they'll match you.
Right.
If you enter in all sympathetically aroused, presumably angry and frustrated, they're going to be able to tell.
Right.
How did you manage to get through so many years of working with horses, still being this angry guy? And how important was learning about yourself through working with horses?
The question is, how did I not get killed?
By a horse?
How did horses not kill me? It was always a fight. I mean, I loved horses, but it wasn't ever what I wanted it to be. And I never really realized for the longest time. And then there's a horseman out there. He doesn't know me, okay? And so I'm not, his name's Buck Brannaman. And he's been my biggest influence in the horse world, okay? And so a lot of stuff I say is, when it comes to horse world, man, Dwayne, that sounds really smart. It's not mine. I'm not taking credit for it, okay? But I learned from him that your horse is just a mirror of you. They're just a reflection of you. And so any problem that you're having with your horse is just a reflection of a problem that you have inside. And when I started getting that, and I started understanding that, and I started taking that to heart, learning to calm myself for the horse, you know, so I could accomplish something with the horse. which I should have had enough sense when I was young to do that for my wife or for my kids, but
sometimes you need a horse to teach you what a human can't.
Mark Twain said that youth is wasted on the young. So, but when I started and it started working, there's times I've gone out to work a horse and I was like, man, I'm not in a good place today. And I've sat down in a chair outside the pen looking at the horse, lit up a cigar, smoked the cigar looking at the horse. Cigar's done, light up another cigar.
Still not ready.
Maybe it was a pipe, but another one, sit there, and then go home.
Just wasn't ready that day.
I wasn't. And it's like, did I accomplish anything today? No. But I didn't wreck anything today. And sometimes that's a victory. Sometimes the biggest victory is, I didn't make a mess today. It was a good day. And I finally had to start figuring that out.
I've been thinking a lot recently about mundane successes, these sort of small personal victories that you do in private. There's no fanfare, there's no audience, no one's even going to applaud you, no one's going to give you a pat on the back. Like, how boring of a success to say, I didn't mess up another horse's day today. Like, there is few lower magnificent successes that you can do, and yet I think we need language around how that is something that's important, that is a victory that you should be able to say at the end of the day when you look yourself in the mirror. Hey, you were gentle with that person when you were frustrated.
Right.
This person came up to you and you were all agitated and you chose to put civility first. Like, that's something, and no one's going to give you a pat on the back for being modestly polite and civilized, right? It's cool that you say that. I really think that more language around being gentle with yourself and appreciating when you have these small, unmagnificent victories is probably something good.
Well, if you look at it, like in math, you study your negative numbers and your positive numbers in math. Okay, so you've got a chart. And let's start to my left. You've got -5, -4, -3, -2, -1, 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And in life, you're at -5. And people tend to think, and sometimes we tend to think, until I'm at 2, I didn't accomplish anything. But getting from a -5 to a -4, that's a victory. And then so we
avoiding going from a -4 to a -5.
Yes. Just staying at a -5, we didn't go to -6. That's a victory, when I was young, come home from work, how was your day today, honey? I didn't get in a fight, so it was a good day, And but that is a victory. It's I study and you name your podcast, wisdom. Wisdom is not, in my studies, I'm starting to see this. Wisdom is predominantly not something that you do. If you study the book of Proverbs in the Bible, okay, if you study Meditations by Marcus Aurelius, and you study these wisdom writings, there's much more of the wisdom writings that are telling you things not to do than there are telling you need to do this to be wise. But more of it is, if you're wise, you won't do this. And so, like what we're talking here, a lot of victories is just, I didn't do that today.
There's an idea from mathematics called never multiply by 0. So we can have 2 million multiplied by 47, multiplied by 2.1, multiplied by 20,000. Multiplied by 0 is 0.
Is 0.
So if you spend all of your time working on your health and avoiding seed oils and eating only grass-fed organic meat, but one day decide to drive your car without a seatbelt on, that's multiplying by 0 if you get into a wreck.
Right.
And so much of life, I think, is avoiding pitfalls, not expediting successes, because the pitfalls can kick you out of the game permanently, or they can do things that they're so catastrophic they take much longer to come back from. And this is, in some ways, an excuse for being averse to risk.
Right.
But I think it's just being clever about risk and knowing where you can take risks that have limited downside, not unlimited downside.
Right. Well, we work a lot with horses, of course, and we've gotten some horses in this year. They weren't ours. Like, My son had bought a horse last year, and the horse was, if you knew what you were doing, you could ride the horse, but the horse was not a broke horse. He didn't have him for very long, and then he deployed overseas. He's in the military. So we brought him to our place. And so, there's all these things, and the 2 young men that were working with me, it's like, okay, don't move fast. Don't jump. Let's do this.
Don't scare him.
Let's be calm, because they're a prey animal. So there's all this stuff that we work with, and so the young man that rode, he went out and rode him, and he didn't do anything but it was just, he reached in the saddlebag and pulled out one of these water bottles, and it crinkled, and that horse, he just jumped out of his skin. I mean, it didn't turn into a wreck, but it was just like, you spend all of this time moving easy around the horse, working with them real easy and slow, so the saddle, cinching them up nice and slow, cinching them by 3s, and moving all nice and easy, and then just one thing, crinkling a water bottle, and you just multiplied by 0.
Over the span of about a year, I tried pretty much every green strength that I could to eat nutrition, but that. Have you learned about humans from working with horses?
Humans don't know how to communicate. Communication is our biggest weakness. That's not like the number, but that's something that lately this has been just really hammered home to me, working with horses and working with humans. And communication is a much more complex issue than I think many of us give it credit for. So you take a horse and a human, a relationship with a horse and human, all right, for that to work, there has to be communication. Well, we have a couple of problems here. First off, the horse doesn't speak English, and we don't speak horse, all right? But as humans, we insist that the horse comes into our world, but we're too arrogant or too lazy or a combination of both to learn to speak horse. And horse's language is not verbal. It's all movement. It's all body language. It's all this. And so that is a problem. But another problem is us and the horse, we're predator animals. All right? We're predators. All right? We're designed to eat meat. Our eyes are side by side on the front of our face. We see one picture, and we're designed to see what we want and go get it. The horse is a prey animal. They are the animal that everything that eats meat wants to eat. And so they have a complete different instinct. Their instinct is everything wants to eat me. We wake up of a morning and we say, I want to be a trophy husband. That's my goal. I read it. Okay, what do I want to go get today? The horse wakes up and says, I don't want to get eaten today. 2 totally different instincts. All right. So to be able to build a communication with a horse, we have to move into their world and learn to speak, but learn to think how they think. Well, we can say men and women are the same thing. The women are different from men. They have a different way of thinking. And like I said, my wife, I've been married almost 34 years. And even today, there's things I say, and she absolutely, what she heard is not what I said, And so I have to, and vice versa. So communication, and you cannot have 34 years of relationship with one person if there's no communication.
It's interesting, the fact that when you're around a horse, you have this almost like an external barometer or thermometer for you and what's going on.
Right.
So I mentioned to you that I'd spent a little bit of time with horses recently. So I rode my first horse out here in Texas, and that was fun. And then I went and did equine therapy. So that was caring for a horse and treating its hooves and doing all the rest of this stuff. And honestly, in retrospect, one of the most embarrassing inner situations with this horse. So First off, these things are big. You don't realize unless you're around horses just how big they are. And they're kind of scary because there's a lot of them, and they're just muscle. It's
Right.
On-stage bodybuilder prep level machine.
Right.
So anyway, we're getting used to one of these horses, and we're brushing her, and she's super chill, really, really relaxed. And then they said, okay, so we're going to give you this tool, and this tool is what you can use to clean out their hooves.
Right.
And this horse will know what's happening when you bring the tool up, but you need to make it feel sufficiently comfortable so that it will raise its foot up for you. You need to be careful about where it puts its foot back down.
Yeah.
Because I had Crocs on, which was not a good idea. Anyway, so you sort of put your hand firmly, upper hind leg, slide it down, little pinch at the ankle, little pull, do this. So you need to feel relaxed as you walk up to the horse. You need to imagine that the horse is going to do this. You need to make it comfortable for it. It needs to be comfortable with you, so on and so forth. And I remember walking up to the horse and thinking, if this horse doesn't like me, that's a comment on me. Yeah. I really want this horse to like me. Right. And my self-worth had immediately become outsourced to whether or not this horse I met 10 minutes ago was going to lift its hoof up for 5 seconds so that I could move a little bit of dirt out of it.
Right.
And honestly, that one incident, I'd been calling it horse meditation because I thought, like, it's cute or whatever, but really, how much can I learn about myself from being around a horse? That one incident, I must think about it every week, every couple of weeks. This need to be wanted, this need to be accepted, this outsourcing of my own self-esteem to something else, and this sort of derogation of how I felt about myself.
Right.
Based on whether or not a horse lifted its foot up or didn't. Right. And thankfully it did. Yeah. But it just really made me think about where do we put our sense of self-worth, and the fact that you have this creature who is, as you say, kind of just reflecting you back at you.
Right.
There's nowhere to hide anymore from the way that you're behaving, especially if you can clamp down the anger or the aggression or the sadness or the whatever, but inside it's still burbling and vibrating.
Well, I suspect, I mean, you and I, we only met today, all right? But you strike me as the kind of person that you don't very often approach another man like that. Like, my self-worth is predicated on whether this guy respects me or not. Okay, especially another alpha. Okay? Now, horse is not an alpha. Okay? That horse is definitely not an alpha. If you wanted to, you could put that horse on the barbecue for supper that night, and there's nothing he could do about it. Okay? So it speaks to me the fact that you predicated your view of your self-worth on whether another creature whose well-being was in your hands liked you or accepted you or not. Does that make sense?
It really does. And I've been thinking and talking about this a lot recently. There is a category of people, of which I'm one, who see other people's emotional states as our responsibility.
Right.
If you're not happy, I'm not happy.
Right.
And if you're not happy, I have to fix it.
Right.
And that's noble in some ways, but it's only noble if it's a choice. If you're choosing to do it to help, if it's a compulsion, if you're forced to do it through some sense of obligation or whatever, it's not, even though the outcome may be good, it's not quite as virtuous as it may seem.
Well, it becomes unvirtuous when your help of others is about you. I do this because it makes me feel better. I do this because it gives me purpose in life. I do this because you're going to like me more, or you're going to respect me more. That's where it becomes a problem. But it's not a problem if it's just, empathy. And so, yeah, I don't know where I was going with that, but there you go.
Is there a particular horse that you have learned a lot from in your life? Is there a few keystone horses that you had relationships with that taught you an awful lot?
There are. There's several.
For you, and it's an unusual one. They want you to find the missing parts of a rocket booster. I assume missing as in lost after the launch. Otherwise, they just print pictures on a milk carton or something. As it is, though, the parts could be literally anywhere in this area.
Wait. So I was riding for an outfit in Alaska, guiding, and they brought in a mare, and she was several
Ships with that taught you an awful lot.
There's several. Wait. So I was riding for an outfit in Alaska, guiding, and they brought in a mare, and she was the best I could understand, she was a retired barrel racing horse from here in Texas. And so when I signed on, they assigned her to me because nobody else, we couldn't put guests on her. None of the other wranglers wanted to ride her because her go-to was run. If something disturbed her, her head came up and it's run, just run. That's my answer to escape, to just run. And it wasn't something that I could physically fight and stop. And so that horse really made me step outside of the thought process of physically controlling something that has a mental emotional issue and getting in her head and figuring out what can I do if the problem is mentally or emotionally, what can I do to get into her head and get into her emotions and fix that for her. And so what I did, and it's so simple, it probably wouldn't even make sense to a lot of folks, but while we were sitting there and while she was calm, sitting there at the ranch waiting for others to get on their horses, I would just come in with the lightest little pressure and get her to tip her nose. Not pull her nose in, just give a signal, hey, tip your nose, so she'd tip her nose. And we'd just do that and just do that. And then when we get out on the trail and she started getting anxious about something and her head would come up, I would just default to that. And so she would find something that she was secure, the signal, and she would calm down, and she would calm down. And working with that mare for the summer, I made huge strides with myself in stepping outside of the norm of trying to physically control something that isn't ideal.
Yeah, I mentioned that I had ridden a horse for the first time in Texas, and they gave me whatever the leader of the group is for the horse, whatever that's called, and I was right far at the back, and this horse was eating, and the lady that was guiding the group said, just give him a little pull and he'll come along. I gave him a little pull and he didn't move. I mean, it is absurd to explain how strong these things' necks are.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't think he doesn't want to come. She's like, no, just take a little bit more. I'm like, I'm a pretty strong guy. So I was like, right, okay, I'll give it a big pull. Didn't move. I'm like, and by this time they're 100 yards away.
Yeah.
I'm like, still, he doesn't seem like he wants. She said, no, like a really big pull. So I went mixed grip, like you do on a deadlift.
Yeah.
Set my feet into the stirrups and like 1 rep maxed this horse's head up. And finally he got up. And that was absolutely not the most efficient way to get him to do that thing. There would have been a much better way than me.
Right. Well, so your average quarter horse size horse, is going to weigh between 800 and 1,100 pounds. Okay? Now, what I teach folks is I don't want his body. Okay? I want his mind. Now, if I physically, like you just went through, if I physically get his body to do what I want, but I don't have his mind, as soon as he gets a chance, he's going to go back again. But if I ignore the body and I get the mind, if I have the mind, I have the body. So in a situation like that, what I do is I don't pull his head up. Okay, I take the reins and I bounce that bit that's in its mouth. I bounce it pretty sharp. And he decides in his mind, I don't like that. I think I will pick my head up. And it's like, I'm not going to pick your head up. That's what you have a neck for. Okay? You have that neck. That's what it's for. I'm not picking your head up. I'm going to suggest to you that you decide it's in your best interest for you to pick your head up. And we go for the mind. And how much in life, you've got all these folks working for you here, and you have to You can't physically browbeat and nag and
I've tried.
threaten. You've tried. Does it work?
No. They're belligerent.
Yeah,
all of them.
I've already heard stories.
Yeah,
It's just,
They're abused.
Yeah. But you want to make things so that they decide that if this is what Chris wants done, it's in my best interest. I want to go do that. And again, it's communication, you know. And again, it's getting in the horse's mind and working with the horse in that manner. I'll give you an illustration if I can. All right. One of the cardinal sins in my book is when I go to get on a horse and the horse walks off. When I'm part way up, you know, I'm stepping up, I'm swinging my leg over, and he's walking, he's leaving. Okay, that's a cardinal sin. So we have a difference of opinion here, me and the horse. It's like I want you to plant your feet, and I want you to be still while I get on, and then I'll tell you when I want you to go. He says, well, I want to go. So I'm not going to sit there and pull back and say, whoa, and do that one-legged hop along Cassidy down while I'm trying to get in the saddle. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to physically hold him back. I'm going to put my toe in the stirrup, and I'm going to go to step up, and when he walks off, I'm going to step back out, and I'm going to make him keep walking in a circle around me 8 or 10 times. I'm like, I wanted you to stand still, but you want to walk. I tell you what, I'm a nice guy. I'm going to let you walk. I'm going to let you do what you want in a controlled manner. You pick the tune, and I'll pick the dance. And I'll make him walk around. He's like, I don't want to walk anymore. But you said that's what you wanted, so I'm letting you do what you want. He's like, I don't want to walk anymore. Okay, stop. Whoa. I want you to stand here while I get in the saddle. And he says, and it may take a couple of times, but after a while, he says, you know what? I think what I want to do is I want to stand here while he gets in the saddle. You know? So we communicate, and when I got his mind, when I changed his want to, I didn't have to fight with his body. And so that's how you approach it. You understand and you communicate.
I've heard you say that sometimes you have to apologize to the horse for being an idiot.
Yes.
How do you apologize to a horse?
They don't care. I apologize to the horse for my sake. I mean, the horse, nothing the horse does is personal. All right. The horse will buck you off. They won't come back and apologize to you. They did what they did because that's what they felt was necessary at the time. And so they don't operate on that wavelength. But there's times when I do something and it turns out I'm like, that was my fault and that was stupid. You know, the horse doesn't take it personal either. And I can apologize to the horse.
This is going to sound a little crazy, because it is. This local fisherman is asking for a, let's say, sizable amount of wooden logs. He wants to build his own dam downriver to protect his fishing nets. But hey, if the man wants to pretend to be a beaver, who am I to deny him that experience? Anywho, if you want to, having him owe us a favor can't hurt.
And the horse, it just isn't in his thing. But I apologize to the horse to humble myself and to bring myself down and to say, look, you need to pay attention, dummy, and not do that again. The horse doesn't really. He doesn't want an apology. He just doesn't want you to do it again.
Sounds like you've learned a lot to do with patience and humility through this.
Yeah. And you know, part of it is when you're young, you can pick a fight and you can win. Some of them. And when you're older and you're busted up, I got plates and screws in my neck and I got joints that are out of shape and stuff, you're not going to win that fight anyhow. Not physically anymore. And so that's where you start saying, you know what, I need to approach this in a better way.
Plates and screws in the neck.
Mm-hmm.
But I've heard you say that not most of those were actually from horsing accidents, but you were in a plane crash, a car crash, and you rolled a motorhome off a hill?
I was a passenger off a mountain in Alaska.
I need to hear those stories, please.
I spent a winter in Fort Yukon, which is above the Arctic Circle in Alaska, staying with a fella. And I had a little 180, a little Cessna 180 bush, I think it was 180. And we were flying out, and it was dead of winter. It was like 30 below zero. And in the back of that plane, we had like a 100-pound propane tank, a transmission out of a van, some spare tires. And so we're flying back south to Fairbanks. And when we landed as we're touching down in Fairbanks, we had a crosswind. And so you kind of tilt the plane as you're landed into that crosswind. And so as we touch down, and I'm sitting up on the co-pilot on passenger side, I see the landing gear go wrong, the wheel and everything go rolling off across the tundra. And so I reach over and I'm like, hey, is that supposed to? And then that strut came down and hit, and we flipped and ground looped and carried on the runway.
With all of this washing machine
all
ingredients
in the back.
inside. Ding, 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 bing, bing, bing.
There was a transmission out of a half-ton Chevy van and a 100-pound propane bottle. And
just flying around.
Yeah, it didn't hit us, which is good. But we stood out on that. Of course, I was wearing cowboy boots. So we're standing out on the runway in Fairbanks waiting for FAA to come out. And it's 30 below zero, and they come out and inspected. Then we picked up the wing, a bunch of us, and pushed the plane off the runways. And then I had to catch 2 more flights that day to get back home. So, yeah.
What about the motorhome?
Motorhome, I was a passenger in the back. We were coming down narrow road off the mountain. And the lady that was driving, there were a couple of teenagers in the seat right here. And they were fussing and bickering. And so she turned around to tell them to stop fussing. Hey, y'all stop fussing. And just drove right off. So we went down. I don't know how far down we went, but we slid down and hit and landed up against a bunch of trees down
No
there.
rolling?
No, it didn't roll.
Okay.
No. Yeah. So just life. And then, a lot of bucked off. Been bucked off a lot. Just
Bumps
a lot
and bruises and
yeah, and
fractures and breaks.
Landing in places. And so it was an accumulation of life. And then I was in the police academy, and we were studying Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and I was doing a backwards tactical roll, and something popped in my neck, and I didn't say anything. And so then we went on a big run, and this run was we'd run for about a mile, and then we'd stop and drop and do burpees and bicycles, and then jump up and run some more. And by the time we got back to the academy, my heart rate wouldn't go down. And then I had this weird feeling of like an electrical net in my body. And my heart rate would not go down. So finally they put me in the ambulance and took me to the hospital. And I was like that far away from severing my spinal cord. But it was already bad, way worse than I had no idea. And that backwards tactical roll had just brought it to the edge.
So maybe an odd blessing in some ways that it warned you, and that didn't occur when you got bucked off a horse.
Right. And I don't ride bucking horses anymore. I mean, I say that, you never know. A horse is always a horse is a horse. But after so many years, I can pretty well tell when one is a little hanky. And I'm like, I don't have anything to prove anymore. I'm not riding that horse.
If you haven't been feeling as sharp or as energized as you'd like, getting your blood work done is the best place to start, which is why I recommend Chronological blood as a to start being out of modern wisdom. You talk a lot about balance, the dangers of being out of balance.
Right.
Explain that to me.
Well, let's take any area. Okay, raising children. All right. I like to say that raising children is like holding a wet bar of soap. If you squeeze it too tight, it squeezes out, squirts out of your hands. If you don't hold it tight enough, it slides out of your hands. Raising children, you got to be balanced. There has to be discipline. We as human beings need discipline in our life, but there has to be love and grace and understanding. And so a lot of children who grow up with issues from being raised, those issues are because their parents are out of balance one way or another. Marriage, you got problems in your marriage, it's usually somebody's out of balance. They're too distant or they're too clingy. They're too demanding or they're too permissive. They don't have personal boundaries. It's just out of balance. I think, oh heck, I'm gonna do it. What are they gonna do to me? Okay. I don't like the trend in this circle, men's motivation circle. I don't like the hustle culture as is being brought out and taught today. I don't agree with it because I think it's out of balance. I think young men need to know that, hey, it's okay for you to sit down and to read and have a cigar and to chill and to think. Because I guarantee if you're in the weight room pumping out all these reps and running on the machine, and then you're going into the cubicle and you flip open a computer and you're not thinking, you're learning, you're taking in, but you're not meditating on stuff, and you're not thinking. But that can be taken so far that young men are made to feel guilty for just sitting down and thinking and relaxing. And I understand that there was a tendency in this country. We had a lot of young men that were not raised with dads. They weren't raised to work, and so it's sitting on the couch playing the stupid Xbox, not growing up learning to work. So that pendulum went too far this way. So now you've got guys who, in order to counteract that, they swung the pendulum too far this way. And a balanced man needs to be somewhere in the middle. He needs to be able to work, to do what needs to be done, to improve himself. And he also needs to sit around by the fire in the backyard and have a cigar and read some Kipling and just stay balanced. There needs to be balance.
I wrote an essay about that this week.
Did you?
Would you mind if I read it to you?
Absolutely not.
I think type A people have a type B problem, and type B people have a type A problem. Insecure overachievers need to learn how to chill out and relax, and lazy people need to learn how to work harder and be disciplined. Given that you subscribe to me, I'm going to guess you're probably type A, some version of a walking anxiety disorder harnessed for productivity, as Andrew Wilkinson says. Here's the thing you may have already realized. Type A people with a type B problem get very little sympathy, because a miserable but outwardly successful person always appears to be in a much more preferential position than the content being lazy but on the verge of being bankrupt person. The problems of opportunity will always get less sympathy than ones of scarcity. One feels like a choice, the other like a limitation. One is a bourgeois luxury, the other a systemic imposition. I need someone to teach me how to be disciplined and work harder, feels noble and upward aiming and charitable. I need someone to teach me how to switch off and relax, feels dopaminergic and addicted and transactional and opulent. Every underdog movie ever has a training montage of someone working their life out by working harder. None included a guy learning how to log out of Slack at 6 p.m. or finally enjoy a beach holiday. So yes, type A people may have objectively better lives, but subjectively, they're ravaged by the sense that they've never done enough. They wake up every morning feeling as if they've already fallen behind, and only if they dominate their entire day flawlessly will they have dragged themselves back up to some minimum level of acceptable output, which means they can go to sleep that night without feeling like they've wasted it. Congratulations, you might be very successful, but you might also be very miserable. Just work harder, bro, advice, reliably makes everyone more successful in the only way that they can be judged, outwardly. There are very few issues in life which can't be solved by just working harder, so everybody treats it like a panacea, not a purpose-built tool. And, on average, maybe more people do need to hear David Goggins shouting in their face to go harder rather than Eckhart Tolle whispering in their ear that they are already enough. But, for a certain, perhaps minority cohort of people, they actually need to hear the opposite message. We need a parasympathetic Goggins. Who's going to carry the TV remote and the cigars? #rest harder than me. Type B problems are just as tough as Type A ones, but they require a much less sexy solution, peace, one that you can't achieve by just working harder.
I agree 100%. I have guys come into the school and I'm like, I don't say anything, it's not my business, but I'm like, you're going to die young.
Tightly wound?
Just tightly wound, and it's never enough. It's never enough. I'm like, when is it enough? What is enough? I've been thinking the last couple of weeks, I'm like, the saying is, just keep the main thing the main thing. But I think where we crash and burn is how we define the main thing. And I see myself in a very small, tiny way, infinitesimal way. I see myself as the anti-David Goggins. I see myself as a guy, it's like, there's places where his message is needed. I'm not knocking the guy. okay? There are places where his message is needed, but his message is not needed for everybody, okay? I'm gonna probably step over a line here, and you can edit out anything you want, all right? I'm really bothered by these guys who are financial gurus who will fire you if you don't have a six-pack. There's a problem. There's a main thing, staying the main thing problem with that viewpoint on life. And I want to see men that I'm, for whatever reason, whatever way, brought in to influence. I want to see them find balance. I don't want to see them find money. I don't want to see them find six-packs. If that is part of the result of it, fine, okay? But I want them to find balance, and I want them to find that place inside where they're like, my main thing is my main thing, and it's enough.
I've heard you say that a good man is born to serve, not born to make money.
Absolutely.
What's that mean to you?
Well, if I make money, and I've heard all excuses because there's guys who have a problem with me saying that, all right? But if I make money for me. Now, I've got, my wife definitely benefits from it, and, my children, although they're grown, they benefit from it. But ultimately, in the end, if I pour all my life into making money, that's for me, But if I pour my life into as many people as is fitting, and I don't know, their life is better for me having come through it. I want, and I'll never know, in some tiny way, what means the most to me is that when you leave here today, in some small way, your life is better for us having sat down and talked. That means more. And so we're, I think we are. I think a real man is born to serve. And serve means provide for those that are in your sphere of you to provide for. It means to protect. It means to encourage. It means to teach and to train. And sometimes it means to step back and let them hit the wall. Sometimes the best service you can do for somebody is to, when it's all done, walk up and look down and say, did that hurt? That's what they needed. But we won't do that because it makes us look bad. And even in our service to others, we do it for ulterior motives, But yes, I believe that very strongly. I believe if you spend your whole life to yourself, for yourself, you have no purpose of being here. This planet is not in any way better for you having been here.
Is that what a good man is to you?
That's what a good man is to me. When my wife and I, and we've lived all over, but it's been a thing of ours. When we leave, we try to leave the house in some way better than when we found it. And that's how I approach life. Is like when people come across my path, I try to leave their life a little better than when I found it. And you know what? That may be just looking at that poor, tired lady checking out at Walmart with the sore feet and the glazed over eyes, and looking her in the eye and say, how are you doing today? It don't take much, but it's like, I guarantee in some small way her life was a little better when I passed through that Walmart line than it was before I got there. And yeah, I think that's a good man. A good man is a man who can protect and who can provide and who can serve, who can comfort, who can reprimand, who can discipline, whatever's necessary to make the world a little better because he passed through.
We'll get back to talking to Dwayne in 1 minute, but first I need to tell you about Element. For the last 3 years, I've started not to eat completely wrestling to / Modern Wisdom. What do you think about the balance when it comes for men between strength and softness? rationality, emotionality, rigidity, vulnerability. I think that's a balance that a lot of men struggle with. I still think that the conversation around emotions, around being open, whether it's with your friends or a partner or even yourself. You literally denied yourself going to the doctor for a heart attack. Like, the male ability to deny that things are wrong, whether they're physical or emotional, is like a reality distorting power that we all have.
Right.
How do you come to think about that balance between the hardness and the softness in men?
I'm still old school. I'm still very old school. Now there comes a point where it can be debilitating to those around me. Okay? If I bottle everything up inside so that I get to the point that I am toxic or debilitating to those around me, then I need to get some help. But as long as I'm not, I don't need to add more burden for them to carry. That's just me.
Can you be a bit more specific about what that is, how that shows up for you?
My wife has been encouraging me for a while now for me to go and talk to somebody. Just there's years and years and years there were a lot of rough years there. But I'm like, I can't do that. I know the guy gets paid to sit there, and but it's just not necessary. I'm still old enough, and I'm of the school. It's like, just deal with it.
Suck it up.
I broke 3 ribs one time in a barn, saddling horses. Horse threw a fit. Took 8 aspirin and got on that horse and did a 4-hour ride because I had a job to do. It's my job. Now, I know, let's go back to balance, okay?
I was about to mention that.
I understand. I'm with you 100%. But at the same time, your balance and my balance and his balance are different. And so I think a man has to find his own balance. You're going to get so many messages on here disagree with this. But I think that this thought of men's mental health, emotional health, go get help, I'm not saying it's bad, I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm not saying it's out of place, but I think, like everything else, I think it could be taken to the point that men just become weak. And brother, let me tell you, in this day and age, we don't need more weak men. Now, when your internal battles come to the point that you need help because they have weakened you, then get help. But I think everybody's balance is different. And I fear there was a problem for years on this side, but I fear, just like everything else, with that subject being pushed the way it is, we're going to get out of balance on the other side. And it's like, and everybody needs therapy for everything.
This is the nuance, I think, around what we were talking about, type A problems, type B problems.
Right.
Because it's easy to just take that as one single meal on a plate as opposed to multiple different pieces.
Right.
Or a onesie that you put on
right.
as opposed to an outfit that's piecemeal and put
Right.
together. So there's a British writer called Matthew Syed who's coming on the show soon. And the interesting thing about tennis as a sports reporter is that you had 3 phenomenal world champions all at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
You had Nadal, you had Djokovic, and you had Federer. And he used to go to Wimbledon and he would see how they were warming up. And each had a different approach. So he'd go and see Nadal and he's just raw aggression, his top's off and he's hitting the ball as hard as he could and he's sort of just fury. And then he'd go and see Djokovic and he's like a robot. and this guy's precise, precision, rationality. And then you go and see Federer, and he's playing trick shots. He's laughing, and he's having fun, and he's sort of flirting with the ball girls and stuff like that. And each of these guys have won titles while all of them have been playing, and they've traded places, some on this court, some on a different type of surface, etc. But if you were to look at any of them and say, in order for me to be a world champion, I must be... Okay, well, which one? Because all of them are world champions.
Yes.
And this is, I think, you're right. The message may largely have swung too far back toward the you cannot deal with any difficulty, you must prioritize your internal state over external responsibilities, mindful Mondays and time off Tuesdays and cookie Wednesdays.
Yeah.
And it's trying to find who's this message for particularly, and I think really trying to get people that are listening to feed it through the filter of, is this for me? Is this for someone else?
Right.
And that point around just go harder, bro, can cause you to have a heart attack laid in bed next to your wife.
Yeah.
And you go, okay, that's something that I probably do need to heed.
Right.
And on the other side, like, am I a useless blob of emotional nothingness?
Right.
Okay, well, maybe I need a bit more David Goggins in my life.
Right.
And I think finding that balance and not having a one-size-fits-all answer.
So how does a man, an individual, pick any individual, how does he find that balance that fits him?
With difficulty. I think for me, it's come with age. It's come with learning myself. It's come with experience of understanding what happened the last time that this situation occurred and how I felt.
Right.
And trying to...
So what would you encourage or advise a young man, 19, 23, who doesn't have the benefit of the age and the experience, and what would you advise him and say, look, this is kind of an area that might help you find your balance?
I think checking in with yourself and not treating your first response as always the correct one. I think the immediate sort of reflex that we often have, especially as young men, young and men, is an issue because that you haven't accumulated enough experience for you to be able to call it gut instinct wisdom.
Right.
What it is probably your default response, which is from childhood, from the group that you grew up in. Maybe it's dad's pattern, maybe it's mum's pattern, maybe it's the teacher and the way that you had to protect yourself in school. It's unlikely that that is the best way for you to deal with things. So I think don't believe everything you think.
Yeah. Can we boil it down to a bouillabaisse and say, look, when you have that thought, don't trust the thought. I need to do this or I need to do that. What if we start asking ourselves why? Why do I need to run 300 miles with 2 broken legs? Because David Goggins said so? Why do I need to do that? What is the purpose? Not why for me, but why do I need to do that to make myself the man I need to be for those around me? Why do I need to say, you know what, I need to spend more time in the backyard with a cigar? Why do I need to do that? And if the answer is because I'm becoming overwhelmed, overtight, losing my balance, losing my focus on what really matters in life, I'm becoming hard to live with to those that I care the most about, to those who I am the most responsible for. So the why is, this will make me a better person for those around me. Me being able to bench press 200 pounds as opposed to 180 pounds does not necessarily make me a better person for those that I'm here to serve. It feeds my ego. So maybe a little more time in the gym doesn't answer the why, and a little more time in the backyard with my kids, that gives me a better answer to the why do I need to make this choice as opposed to that choice. And maybe that's a little more accessible to a young man without a lot of experience.
I'm really interested in this blend that you have of real introspection and accepting of your own flaws and faults with the old school mentality of pick up a weight and carry it. I think one of the things that men that want to achieve things in their life struggle with a lot is being kinder with themselves when they fall short, even if they tried their best.
Right.
They did everything that they could.
Right.
Reality didn't deliver to them the thing that they wanted, the outcome.
Right.
How have you learned to have a better relationship with yourself, the voice inside of your head, to be kinder if things go badly? You're smiling.
I like me. I like me. I would buy me a drink. I look at me now and I see all the warts. Okay, I see all the negatives more than anybody else does. I see the positives. And over the whole balance of stuff, I like me. And I can give myself the same grace. If you and I were friends, I can give myself the same grace I can give you. Because I like me. I like me in spite of my understanding and the reality of my weaknesses and my warts and my scars and everything. But, you know, all in all, I'm a pretty good dude. And, man, you got to get to that point. Outside of arrogance. Arrogance is pride mixed with ignorance. All right, that's the definition of arrogance. I'm not talking arrogance. I'm talking about, look, as a human being, I've failed at this. I've succeeded at that. I've wrecked this, but I've built that. And all in all, you know, I've tried. And, but I like me, so I'm going to give me some grace. And it's as simple as that. I would buy me a cigar.
I wonder how many men can say that.
Not as many as should. And
I wonder how many people can say that. How many people say, I like me? They would give more grace, more care, more attention, more love to somebody else than themselves. There's a statistic around, I think on average, the likelihood that you are going to complete a course of antibiotics yourself is about 50%.
Right.
The likelihood of your dog completing it is 95%.
Yes. Yeah.
So we're literally capable of caring for a pet.
Right.
Nearly double as well as we can for ourselves. Remembering that if you die, no one can look after the pet.
Right.
So in an odd roundabout way, serving yourself and serving others from a cup which overflows around your own, or the saucer that sits around your cup is important. Without, again, this sort of tension between being self-serving, being narcissistic, being egotistical, being self-centered, and not meaning that.
Right.
It's this delicate balance, and this is what comes with growing up. And I think this is why one-size-fits-all flaming sword advice seems to die away as people get a little older. You listen to Joe Rogan, and a lot of what he's saying is hedged in some regard. It's caveated. It's this is what worked for me. Not this is how everybody should do it. And there's a humility that comes with age. Right.
Because if you turn around and look back with open eyes at your life, you see all the scars. You know, I mean, you can't. The only way you cannot be humble in old age is when you refuse to look at the reality of your life up to today. That's the only way.
Because nobody's skating through it perfectly.
But this is what drives my, and it sounds ludicrous in my ears, but my business endeavors today. This is the core of what drives me. Okay? There is no business out there that I can take on. There is no monetary endeavor that I can take on that is worth the gamble of me losing me. It took me years of a lot of grief and pain and work to get to be who I am today in spite of who I was. And I don't want to lose that. I don't want to lose myself in business. I don't want to lose myself in trying to earn a better living, in trying to get a name, and trying to do this. It's like I have turned down so much because I've looked at it and I've asked myself, who's this going to make me be? Who's this going to turn me into? Even a little bit. And it's like, it's just not worth it. It's not worth it. And so I'm right now trying to find the balance in undertaking something that's not going to alter me, that I'm not going to lose myself, and then not succeeding at something because I was too afraid to try it, which has never been an issue with me before. I've never been afraid of failure before. But now I've got something I don't want to lose, and that's myself that I actually like, a me that I actually like. Does that make any sense? You understand?
100%.
Okay.
You know, the person that you have to spend the most time talking to in your life is yourself. Try not to lose that respect.
Right.
And I think, this was a lesson that I realized toward the end of my 20s, where I'd accumulated a lot of success and status in maybe the way that modern society tells a young man that he should, with freedom and notoriety and women and stuff like that. And that was cool and to look back on, fun. But it was beginning to get to the stage where I didn't like me all that much. I hadn't done anything bad, but I just felt like I was built for more. I was built for different, built for something else.
Right.
And I realized that I wasn't keeping promises to myself.
Right.
That if I said I was going to wake up at a certain time, the snooze button would be hit 3 times.
Right.
If I said that I was going to stick to my diet or go to the gym or do this thing, maybe it would happen, but it wouldn't happen quite the way that I'd meant it to, and there would be some negotiating and some cajoling and some falling short. So imagine that you had a friend, and every time that you invited this friend out for lunch, they showed up an hour late, or they didn't show up at all. After a while, you'd stop trusting them and stop inviting them out at all.
Right.
You are that friend to yourself.
Yeah.
How can you have faith that you're going to go and do all of the things that you want in life when you can't not hit the snooze button?
Right.
Or you can't not cheat on your diet. You
Right.
can't not do... you are constructed by the tiny decisions that you make every single day. And even if you think that nobody else is watching, and even if no one is, there's this little ticker in the back of your mind when you go to bed. You were gentle with yourself when you got agitated.
Right.
Good.
Yeah.
You were kind with the lady that looked like she was tired at Walmart.
Mm-hmm.
You said something peaceful and encouraging to her. Good.
Yeah.
But you did these things.
Right.
You did something that makes you feel not so proud about yourself.
Right.
And, in some ways, it's a great correcting mechanism because there is no hiding from it. And
Right.
People turn to alcohol and distraction and aggression and depersonalization in order to deal with the fact that they don't like themselves.
Right.
But ultimately, you need to live with the decisions that you make.
Right.
You need to live with you. And
Right.
there is this set of scales inside of your mind that's just balancing things all the time. And if it... You know.
Yeah. People don't know how to like themselves. People don't know how to like themselves. But it's not complicated.
We'll get back to talking to Dwayne in 1 minute, but first, I need to tell you about about just
And find somebody.
That's nomatiC.com/modern wisdom. Tell me, how do you like yourself?
Find somebody that you like, that you genuinely like, and figure out what it is about them you like. I like that. That's something I like. That person is, they're understanding, they're gentle, they're hardworking, they're honest, they're this. This is what I like about that, and incorporate that stuff into your own life. If that's the stuff you like, then incorporate that stuff into who you are, and then you like yourself. It's not rocket science. You know, because there are things that you like as a person that wouldn't mean anything to me. There are things that you like in another person that wouldn't mean anything to me. There's things that I like in another person just because of how I'm wired, and it wouldn't mean anything to you. All right? So that is what I like in a person. So if I work at taking on those attributes, it helps me become a person that I like.
I always used to feel a little nervous when talking to people, and perhaps my horse situation belied this. I always wanted people to like me.
Yeah.
So I was unpopular as a kid, only child, a lot of time in solitude, bullied in school. And I wanted people around me to think that I was fun or cool or interesting or want to be near me or want to be around me or whatever. And I think I assumed that was always this sort of grand, charismatic, out of reach, impressive person. You needed to be impressive. You needed to walk into a room and like all of the things I can do.
Right.
And then this was 2 years ago. My friend George made me realize this just by virtue of being peaceful and brilliant. And I realized that the reason I loved being around him wasn't because he was the most charismatic guy in the room or even the most interesting guy in the room, although he can be, but because he made me feel like the most interesting person in the room.
Right.
And I think this is such an important lesson for people who want to be liked, who want to struggle socially, and want to become better. People like people that make them feel good.
Right.
They don't care that much about how impressive the person is.
Right.
There's this great story, I think it was Winston Churchill's wife who met the two US president candidates, Truman and somebody else. And she said that she sat down at dinner with both of them in the space of about a month of each other. Mm-hmm. So she left from the first president feeling like he was the smartest man in the world. She left from the second president feeling like she was the smartest woman in the world.
Right. Right.
And it is significantly easier to make someone else feel interesting than it is to be interesting. To make someone else feel charismatic than it is to be charismatic.
It is, but from an individual, and this is where I see things because of all of the particular comments and questions and emails and stuff I get from young men. Okay. You take a young man out there, and everything you just said is 100% correct. I agree with 100%. It's dead on. But there are guys out there that don't have someone like that in their life. Someone who's going to be that person that makes them feel good about themselves. But if we become the person that we like, I have recently come to the place, and this drives people crazy. I think it irritates people. I have come to the place in my life where when I meet somebody and they don't like me, and you can tell, I don't care. And when I meet somebody that they're like, they really like me, it's like, okay, but it doesn't carry much weight either, because I'm going to be leaving. I'm going to be leaving. We're not staying. I like me, and it's enough. And so when I meet someone who doesn't like me, or I meet someone who does like me, it doesn't alter my sale.
I suppose that's the vicious circle of if you don't like you, you will continue to outsource your self-worth to the people around you.
Yes.
Which makes you more desperate and more needy, which inherently makes you less likable.
Right.
Because people know that you're pliable and malleable and will kind of do whatever you need to do in order to gain their approval.
Right.
Mercifully, the horse did lift its hoof up, but it's a vicious circle, and I get that. And I'm a rehabilitating people pleaser in that regard.
Right.
But this is the fascinating thing, I think, about developing as a person, that the journey that you're on, parts of it will resonate with other people.
Right.
And they see bits of them in you.
Right.
right? They see little bits. I was
Right.
angry. I'm angry as a young man. I
Right.
see that in Dwayne. I was never angry. Anger was never my anger was always turned inward, not outward.
Right.
So for me, it was low mood, it was fear, it was worry, it was concern, tight, closed up. It's never out.
Right.
Not fighting, I wasn't showing aggression, I wasn't being, So, okay, well, if I'm the angry young guy, like, intellectually, philosophically, maybe I can say something that's remotely interesting, but I've got no lived experience that's actually going to help you.
Right.
Go to you,
Right.
right? You're the
Exactly.
black belt master at dealing with that.
Right.
And that's where picking different bits apart. But I agree. I think there's been a lot of talk about crisis of masculinity, role models for men in the modern world, the multiplicity of backgrounds that guys are coming from, the unseen fatherlessness epidemic that we had, which has created a vacuum that's required people like you to step in as surrogate patriarchs. Right. What are you hearing from the guys in your audience? What are they often asking? What are they coming to you? What are the problems that they're dealing with mostly?
Relationships. Girls. They were not raised. They were not raised with a dad who said, "Hey, this is how you treat a lady." This is how. When girls talk and they say this, what they actually mean is this. And I'm not talking about no means no, but I'm talking about, I don't know. You don't have to get me something to eat when you go get something. I don't want anything. But it is, and so young men these days were never taught by another man how to treat a lady like a lady, and they go into a relationship, girlfriends, marriages, getting all their information from Hollywood, and it's a crash and burn because they don't understand relationships, they don't understand communication, they don't understand the balance between being a man and being a bore, being a buffoon, being a tyrant. They don't know the difference between being, can I call names on here?
Absolutely.
Okay. Andrew Tate, okay, or some little milksop over here. You got the two extremes, and they can't find that place in the middle. The biggest thing by far is relationships.
What is your advice from 34 and a bit years of marriage and negotiating with a woman from Venus? What is your advice to young guys on how they can treat a lady better and understand them?
Treat her like she's special. I mean, for one thing, my problem with the feminist movement is why in the Sam Hill was something as special and wonderful as a woman want to be equal with a man? Why do you want to bring yourself down to that level? As a Christian, God gave two very special gifts to mankind. The first one was a woman, and the second was Jesus Christ. Okay, you can teach an ape to work construction. You cannot teach an ape to raise human children. I think it's degrading to women to try to be the same as a man is, okay? Treat them special. And secondly is communicate, all right? If you don't understand what they're saying, if you're confused, sit down and gently say, "Look, I'm sorry. I don't understand. I don't understand what you're feeling. I don't understand, but I'd love to understand if you can help me." And just sit down and communicate. Just listen to them. A lot of times they just want somebody to listen to them. They don't want you to fix it. They just want you to listen to them while they take all this boiling stuff inside their head and put it out so they can actually hear it. And sometimes that helps them sort out all these thoughts that's in their head. They need to just put it out so they can hear it. And they don't need you to demean them by saying, "Okay, I'll fix this." Just listen to them.
There's a quote from Timothy Leary that says, "Women who aspire to be equal with men lack ambition."
Yeah, I hadn't heard that, but I agree with it. I'm like, I get up and give you my seat because I think you're special, not because I think you're my equal. A guy comes in, he's 57 years old, he's physically equal to me, he's on my, I'm not going to get up and give him my seat, all right? So I give you my seat not because I think you're my equal. If you're my equal, you can stand just like I do. I give you my seat because you're special.
What about the reverse? What do you wish more women knew about how men operated?
There's 10,000 times more going on inside the head of a man than you have any idea. He's carrying burdens that you don't have a clue about. And he don't know how to express them. And he don't know what to do about it. And he figures if he puts it out there and communicates it, he's just going to be shot down, called a fool, called weak. So he carries it inside. And you have no clue the burdens and the hell that most men are carrying inside and not even showing you. I wish more women understood that.
Yeah, it's a strange problem, I think, of the modern discussion around men and why they're struggling. That a lot of the solutions that get put forward, a lot of the only acceptable solutions that get put forward are, if only you acted less like a man, all of your problems would go away. That men are treated like defective women, as opposed to treated like work in progress men.
The average man, I believe, the average real man, does not need to go get therapy for the battles and the burdens he's carrying inside. What he needs is for those that he's carrying them for to recognize that they're there and to respect it and to be grateful for it. They don't need to talk it out to get rid of it. They need the one that they're going through this hell for to recognize it's there and to be grateful that the man is carrying this for them. They don't need therapy, they need gratitude.
How important do you think it is to communicate that as a man? You've said there are 10,000 things, challenges, trauma, complete inability to communicate it, whether maybe you can communicate to a horse better than you can communicate it to your significant other.
Right.
What's your thoughts around vulnerability within a relationship? If it's you're not going to the therapist, perhaps.
Right.
How about opening up about these fears and concerns? And
well, first off, let's take away vulnerability, okay? Because a lot of times men won't open up, they won't respond because it's looked at as becoming vulnerable. And it's like the little Dutch boy with his finger in the dike. It's a little tiny leak, but if I allow this little tiny leak, the entire dike is going to give way. That's why we can't allow the little tiny leak. Okay? So if I'm sitting here and if I'm one of these guys and my significant other is sitting there, I can communicate to her what I need to communicate without being vulnerable. I can maintain my strength and communicate to her. Okay? I can say, look, I'm working 60 hours a week. And the environment that I'm working in is very, very difficult. And I come home and I only have 8 hours here at the house. And this is the only place of peace I have in this entire world. And when I come home, you're angry all the time. You're not satisfied about anything. You want that, whatever the situation is. If you're not going to provide for me that little bit of peace, that this is the only place I can get, what are we doing? Now, you're not vulnerable. You're not getting walked on. You're not being a jerk. You're not coming in, throwing stuff down and saying this. You're just communicating the hard reality truth is. The hard reality truth is our relationship at this point has boiled down to this. Now, you have a beautiful house. You never worry about there being grocery money. You have a car. I put the fuel in your car because you let it go to empty all the time. I provide this and this and this. And what I'd like for you is some peace and some understanding. You know, if that's where your situation is. But to communicate it in such a way, not to come in and whine, not to grovel, and not to tyrant, you know, not to yell, not to pick a fight. It's like, look, I'm just communicating because I think we have a lack of understanding here, so I need you to understand this is where things are right now. And so you can communicate, but how you communicate is just as important as what you communicate.
Transparent communication like that is so rare. You know, being able to put across what you mean.
Yeah.
Without ladening it with resentment, passive aggression.
Right. I knew a guy many years ago. He had a little dog, one of those little furry little rat dogs, you know. And his one of his little joys in life was he'd look at that dog and he'd smile and he'd say, "Oh, you're so stupid. You're the ugliest, dumbest, most worthless dog I ever seen in my life." And that dog would just wiggle and roll over and he'd look at me and say, "It doesn't matter what you say, it's how you say it." Dog has no idea what I'm saying, but I say it in a loving tone, and it's all good. You know, there's a lot of truth to that in communicating with people. We can say things that are not necessarily blatantly offensive, but we can say it in a real belligerent, aggressive tone. And all they hear is the tone. They didn't even hear the words.
The message.
That's right. They don't even hear the words.
What have you learned about the importance of fatherhood? You got
I have 7 children.
7 children.
Yeah.
What have you learned about the importance of fatherhood?
All right. I believe God made man. Okay? And God created man, and God gave man the word. And the word at that time was, don't eat of the fruit of those 2 trees. Okay? That was a symbol. That's all the word God gave man at that time. Then God gave man a work. And the work was, he said, take care of this garden. And then God gave man a woman to help the man. Okay? That man and then the woman God gave him, that became a marriage. And then that man and wife had children. And those children had children, and then there became governments. Okay? You see where I'm going? In this country was founded as a Christian country. This is what I believe. People can do whatever. I believe that this country is only as strong as the churches. Even our founding father says America will remain great as long as America is good. When America ceases to be good, America will cease to be great. This country is only as strong as the churches in this country. The churches are only as strong as the families that make up those churches. Those families are only as strong as the marriages that those families are built on, and those marriages are only as strong and good as the man that God built the marriages on. As goes the man, so goes the marriage. As goes the marriage, so goes the family. As goes the family, so goes the churches. As goes the churches, so goes the country. Everything is built on the husband and the father. And this country is a failure today because the fathers and the husbands have failed.
How?
Failing to be the example they need to be. Failing to be the leaders they need to be. Failing to be the disciplinarians that they need to be. Failing to be the providers that they need to be. If you don't have the backbone as a husband and as a father to be the bad guy, you've got no business being a father or a husband. There's times when you have to know this is not a good direction for my marriage, for my family. And everybody's going to be mad at me. My wife is going to be mad at me. My kids are going to hate me. But in the long run, this is a very bad direction. And I'm putting my foot down, and we're not doing that. And you become the bad guy. But you do it for the long-term strength and safety of the family. And we've lost that. I mean, we've lost that in this country to a very large degree. And so I think, I mean, our next generation is going to run the politics, they're going to run the finances, they're going to run the judicial system, everything in this country. And they're going to be the result in a very large degree, and there's going to be those who don't agree with this. But they're going to be the result of whatever the fathers made them, or whatever they become because they didn't have a father. And so I think fatherhood is paramount. I think it's paramount for the future of a society.
Speaking of doing things that make your family mad at you, I heard that you didn't let your daughters date until they were in their late teens. Is this right?
Right.
And that you grilled the potential suitors when they started dating them?
Every boy had to come to me.
Tell me the process. Tell me the story there.
Well, they would come, you know, the boys would come, hey, you wanna, and she was taught, you got to go talk to daddy. We don't even talk about this, you go talk to daddy. 2 of my son-in-laws today, for years, they would come and say, I'd like to, yeah, and they'd come to me and they're like, I'd like to, you know, write your daughter, I'd like to, I'm like, no. Nope. Well, what about this? No. Why not? It's like, look, you're a good kid, but my problem with you is you're a kid. All right, grow up. And 2 of my son-in-laws, there were literally years they kept coming back, and I'm like, no. Let me see what kind of man you're going to become. Okay? My daughter's not marrying a boy, and a lot of boys, they grow up to not be good men, so why let her get into an emotional attachment with a boy who will never grow up? And why am I not protecting her from that heartache in the future? And both of them now are married to my daughters. But there came a point years later, I'm like, okay, I've watched you. All right, you grew up. You can contact my daughter now.
How did that go down with the daughters?
I don't know. They wouldn't come fuss to me. But I think my daughters appreciated knowing they had a father who was not just looking out for them today, their feelings today, their whatever, but looking out for their entire future and putting them on the right road. I brought a man in my office one time, and I had a desk along the wall. We sat down in front of the desk. He was sitting in front of me. I pulled out the middle drawer in my desk, pulled out a Bowie knife about that long, slammed it on the desk between us. I said, do you have any questions? He said, no, sir. No, sir, I don't have any questions. I said, all right, then. Put it back in the drawer, closed it, and we got up and left. They never had any question. My daughters are married. All my daughters that are married to good men. Good men. And I've told every one of them at the wedding. I've pulled every one of them at the wedding aside. I said, if you ever hurt her, they will never find your body. I said, there will be no court. There will be no, what do they call it? You go down and you swear out you can't come in with so many a protective order. I said, it won't be any of that. If you ever hurt her, they won't find your body. She'll be my daughter to the day she dies. And they all know. Everybody knows. You know, it's just like, and I think they appreciate it. And I think,
I'm sure they appreciated that on the wedding day, yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I didn't tell them. He may have later, but that's okay. But you know, I think there's a lot of women out there would just say, man, I wish I'd had somebody in my life that had that kind of commitment to my safety and to my future.
Why do people think that you were saying that? Is it because you're a tyrant? Is it because you wanted to domineer over your daughters' lives? Or is it because you love them and you want the best for them and you want them to be safe and protected and happy?
Just that, because I'm not. Every one of my children, when they got married, you're adults. And I never interfere in their decisions. Never. I never say, you can't go here, you should do that. I never tell their husband, you should get this job, you should do that. We don't interfere in how they raise their children. My children are not raising their children the way I raised them. I never say anything about it. It's, you're an adult. I raised you to be an adult. You're a parent. Those children are your children. I'm not a tyrant at all. But they know from a distance, Zeus is looking from Olympia, and he will throw that thunderbolt down if somebody tries. They know that it's like Dad's always there. He's never meddling. He's never in the way. He's never in our affairs. But if he's always there if we ever need him.
What do you think were the most important lessons that you taught your kids? Or what do you hope that your kids learned?
Your word. Don't. Your word is your bond. Don't lie. Now I would go to jail for this today, but my kids are grown and gone. We had a deal in the house, and it's like, and I spanked my children. Okay, there it is. There's a set penalty for breaking this rule. If you break the rule, you're going to get that penalty. If you lie about it, the penalty is doubled. So it's like my boys, it's like, you don't hit girls. You don't hit girls. All right? And so, if they haul off and smack, their sister comes in, he hit me. She's crying, a red mark on the side of her face. Call him in, it's like, did you hit her? Now, if it's proven that he did hit her, there's going to be like 15 licks. I mean, the penalty was severe. You don't hit women, all right? If he said, no, I didn't hit her. Oh, son, don't do that. No, I didn't hit her. And then two of the other siblings come in and say, he did, we saw it. Well, he got the 15 licks for hitting his sister, but he got 30 licks for lying about it. So he got 45 licks total. It's like lying is the worst thing. Do not lie. Go through life, you be honest, you speak the truth, even to your harm, even to your detriment. You do not lie, and you don't hit women.
So don't lie.
Don't lie. Your word is a man's most most valuable, most important resource is his good name. If a man ain't got a good name, he ain't got nothing. So don't lie. Be respectful. Be respectful to others. Be respectful to your elders. Even if they're not respectable, they still been through life enough. Their position earns them what their behavior won't.
You had 7 kids.
Mm-hmm.
Were you rich? How do you afford 7 kids? A lot of people at the moment have a problem. I can't start a family. I don't have enough money. I don't have the X, Y, and Z. It's one of the most common reasons people have for not starting families yet.
No, wait. So during that time, there were years where my income tax return, like for the year, I made $16,000 to $18,000 for the year. I worked hard, worked 2 jobs. We were very frugal. I had a guy ask me one time, I was working, we were living in Temple, Texas, and I was working at, used to be Watson Electric, was an industrial electrical supply, and I was working at the counter. One of the contractors come in, he says, Dwayne, do you get assistance on the side? I'm like, what do you mean? He said, food stamps, welfare or something. I had 4 kids at the time. I said, no, man, I don't get anything. He's like, does your wife work? I said, no, my wife is a mother of 4 kids at home. He said, then how do you do it? He said, I know basically what you're making here. How do you do it? I said, well, it's a very, very difficult, very complex, very mathematical equation. I said, you sure you want to hear it? He said, I want to hear it. I said, you sure? He said, man, I'm sure. How do you do it? I said, we say no. We just say no. No, we're not going out to eat. No, we don't need satellite TV. No, you don't need a $100 pair of basketball shoes. No, we don't have to have TV dinners. No, my wife can cook. You just say no. No, I bought a 1976 Dodge Dart, paid cash for $700. I don't need a car payment. I just need a vehicle that'll get me from point A to point B. I said, just say no. Live within your means. It's amazing. I mean, we rented a mobile home. We were in a mobile home, $300 a month, whatever it was.
How many people lived in the mobile home?
Myself, my wife, and with the 3 children. We had the 3 children at the time. Yeah. So it's just live within your means. You don't need near as much as you think you need. You know, and who cares about the status symbol of those around you, what they think you are. And then you find out when you get up to my age that the people out there who are super, truly super wealthy, for real, most of them, they look like they're living in the mobile home driving the Dodge Dart. They don't show it. You know, I mean, they don't have all the big supercars and everything. You're truly obnoxiously wealthy guys. You know, they're driving Toyotas. They're driving Hondas.
That's what I like about Austin. The richest people drive the shittest cars.
Yeah. So it's a big circle. And so if you want to get this side of the circle, start over here. You know, if you want to get to the level of where you are so rich, you drive the crappiest car. You start by driving the crappiest car.
Yeah, I think starting at the end or realizing what do older people do? What do the people that are a little bit further down the line, how do they dress? What do they spend their time thinking about doing? What are they invested in? And realizing that if you're going to end up there, and if you can see that most people with age, for a good amount of time, comes some wisdom and some understanding.
Right.
I think, well, you can probably take some of that now and bring it down into the present moment and speed run this whole wisdom growing up thing a little bit.
Right. How big was Warren Buffett's mansion? He lived in a little 3-bedroom, little brick ranch house, same house he'd been in for decades. You know, he drove a car. He just wore suits. You know, how does Mark Zuckerberg dress? Sweats and a t-shirt, you know. How does, what's his name, Amazon? Look at how he dresses.
Bezos.
Yeah, Bezos. You know, what are these guys doing? It's like, oh, maybe I should learn something.
Speaking of famous people, who are some of the role models that you have looked up to over the years?
I can't think of anybody famous that was.
Well, what about private people?
My dad. A cowboy in Kansas I worked with for several years. Really respected him. He was a scratchy fella, but he had his honesty and he really had a big effect. Just some of the folks I've worked with and been around. But my dad was probably my dad and I were not always on the same page about everything, but I have never met a man in my life where I looked at and said, that guy's more honest than my dad. My dad was the most honest man I've ever known in my life. And no one has affected me more in that area than he did.
I think when we're talking about leaving the world in a better place than you found it, not doing things that derogate the well-being of the people that are around you that you're supposed to look after and care for. I do think that, you know, if somebody asks the question, who have been the biggest influences, who have been your biggest role models, I think the goal of every father should be for their son to say dad.
Dad, yeah.
I think that's usually a pretty good indication that you did a good job.
It's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good. And my dad was always himself, but himself was a good guy. Himself was enough. He was never wealthy, never famous, but he was very much respected in his field. And you know, there's very little more that a man could ask for when he leaves this world than saying, look, I was known as an honest man. I was known as a very respectable man, and everybody that knew me respected me. They may not all liked me, but they all respected me. And everything else is really not that important.
I'm interested, you have this facility now, which maybe you're going to have to slow down for a little bit and reorganize to make it work. Mm-hmm. If you were able to design your perfect day, what would that look like? What would an ideal day for you be?
That I could, like,
whatever you
in
want.
My life now?
Yeah. in your life right now, what does a perfect normal day look like for you?
Man, my days right now are all over the map. That's a really good question. I don't know if I have an answer for that. Well, you stumped me. I don't know.
I wonder if that's an indication of how much sort of change and upheaval is going on, inflection and attention and stuff like that for you at the moment.
I think it's an indication of how the quality of my day is internalized. How it's not affected by my environment, by what's going on. I think it's more of that. It's like whatever happens, whatever I'm doing today, we can make this a really good day. Instead of thinking more along the lines of, if I can do this, and if this can happen, and if I can be here, and if I can have this property, and I can have this schedule, and that, then that's going to be the perfect day.
Then I can have a good day.
Yeah.
Well, that's power. One of my friends, Alex, says, if you can have a bad day for no reason, then you can have a good day for no reason.
I've been staying with my best friend lives in Temple. And day before yesterday, I got up. He had to go to work. I got up, took a shower, made 2 or 3 cups of coffee, And I got online and I said, I know there's cigar lounges around here. There's got to be. And I found one in Belton, nice folks. And so I went to the cigar lounge and I just sat there and smoked a couple of cigars and talked to folks until about 1 o'clock. Went back to the house, sat on the porch and talked with my buddy's wife about poetry. She's real big into poetry. We just sat on the porch and talked, and then he came home, and he and I went to Lone Star Steakhouse, and I had a ribeye for supper, and I'm like, today was a really, really good day. What did I accomplish? Who cares? What did I break? Nothing. It was just a really good day. It's just the ideal day. And there's something to be said for getting to that place in your life, that you don't have to architect what a good day is going to be.
You make good days.
You make good days out of whatever you got, whatever's there. There wasn't a horse anywhere in sight. I didn't go riding, My wife is back home. She wasn't here, but was like, this is where I am. This is what I got. This is what my good day's going to look like.
Dwayne Knoll, ladies and gentlemen. Dwayne, I love everything that you do. You're fantastic. Everybody needs to check out your YouTube channel. Everyone needs to go and follow the stuff that you're doing online. I can't believe that you've been hiding away somewhere and now you've sort of broken above the surface. I really hope that so many people are going to be blown away by the things that you talk about. It's very, very impressive. I'm really, really glad that you're doing what you're doing.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
I appreciate you too.
It's been an honor you having me here. I'm very thankful. Thank you.
How cool is Dwayne? That might be the coolest man that I've ever sat opposite. The second coolest man was Matthew McConaughey. And you can watch an episode with him right here. What?
This is a big deal for me because I listen to the show so much. I absolutely love it. I slightly could fanboy about the whole thing. I really love. I love what you do. I love this show. I'm nervous about it because I kind of go, well, normally it's an expert for somebody to say, and I'm like, I've got dick jokes if you need them. Will that do?
Why are you such a fan of it?
I don't know. I think the breadth of the subject matter, and I think that thing of going, it's that signal and noise. There's a lot of noise out there, and I love the idea that I listen to this show, and even stuff that maybe I wouldn't read that book, but I'm interested in listening to them for an hour and a half or 2 hours, and then oftentimes it is something where someone says something and you go, wow, that's brilliant, I've got to go and look at their channel, or I'm going to go and find something. So I'm using it almost kind of as your research as a resource for me. And I think a lot of people talk about diet and exercise, and they talk about how it makes them feel, and they're eating right, and they're staying away from processed foods, and they look fantastic. And then you ask them what they're watching, and they go, yeah, well, I'm watching Love Island, but like the old series, and I'm smashing through it. And I don't know if you're aware of Love Island, but it's for terrible people doing terrible things. I mean, the idea that you go, that information diet is such an important thing. Of like, I think you said it here, where you're sort of if you tell someone the last 5 podcasts they listen to, it's a pretty good read on who they are and what they want to do. And the other thing I love about this show is I think it's aiming up. Everything seems to be, like the way that you conduct interviews and the way that you engage with people, it seems to be you're trying to bring the best out of them, which I like anyway. It's very positive to listen to. But it's also like everyone you have on is trying to make your life better. It's very well intentioned as a show. I think it's terrific, and the transformation in you, I think, has been sort of extraordinary. The journey to this is just kind of amazing. When I see you, I mean, I genuinely got quite emotional with the Naval Ravikant thing, because I knew what that meant to you. And as someone who's a big fan of podcasts and a big fan of, I suppose, modern wisdom in the broader sense as well, like someone like Naval, who's done maybe 5 or 6 podcasts ever, and one incredible burst of wisdom on Twitter, you go, it's slim pickings if you're a fan. He's the J.D. Salinger of the podcast world. And then you get him on the show, and it's like, I felt like that was is that your Mount Rushmore completed?
One more, Rogan. So it was a Mount Rushmore, but then I realized there was 5, so it's more like Thanos' glove with the different infinity stones. So it was, before I started, Rogan, Jordan Peterson, Sam Harris, Alain de Botton, and Naval Ravikant. That was before I started the show. Those were the 5 I wanted, and I've got 4. And after the last episode with Rogan, I woke up the next day, as you have today, with still the anxiety of, well, I didn't put my foot in my mouth too many times, and so on and so forth. And he texted me and was like, "Loved the show yesterday, man. Like, always a pleasure to sit down. By the way, we still need to book a date in to bring me on the show." Him on. So he's self-invited. So I was like, Joe, you can give over. I've got so many other people to speak to. But yeah, there's definitely a little bit of a sense of like gold medalist syndrome, where I think, fuck, like, what do you do when you've completed the things that you said that you were here to do? And I imagine that must be the same in your industry as well. When I can start selling out theaters, when I can start selling out arenas, when I can start selling out stadium, when I get the Amazon Prime deal, we've got to run it back for season 2. I've got to ensure that it wasn't a fluke. I've got to do it twice. That's the problem.
Is it not Morgan Housel, the genius that is Morgan Housel, that said it's that like success is not moving the goalposts. Yeah. It's that thing, if you constantly like that hedonic treadmill of like, as soon as something good happens, you go, yeah, but what about the next thing? And yeah, I said it was that amount of money, but now it's this amount of money. And I think the most ambitions should be internal. You should be heading for a feeling. And if it's process driven, because kind of success is a moment. Even if you get the big thing, whatever it is, and there's lots of those markers along the way. And I've kind of trying to think about celebration in a different way. I'm trying to think about like celebrating those moments, like the equivalent of Naval Ravikant comes on your podcast, you do a co-headliner with Dave Chappelle in his new show, whatever the thing is that you go, oh, that's cool. Celebrating that as being like, celebration is gratitude in action, and that thing of like gratitude being the mother of all virtues. Because if you kind of track it back to that, my kind of fundamental belief is that disposition is more important than position. So where you are in the world, you could be miserable, or you could be, entirely at ease, and it's kind of dependent on your disposition. Are you looking at the donut or the hole? Because you could always look at what you don't have. You could always look at what's missing, or who's doing better, or the other thing. But kind of being grateful in the moment. And the thing that seems to shift that is kind of is gratitude and celebration as a form of gratitude, like trying to reframe a lot of stuff in my life in a positive light. So that thing of like, I travel constantly, which is an incredible sort of privilege, but also incredibly boring a lot of the time. It is, right? Travel is boring, but going places is fun, and you're seeing new things, and it's this idea of like boredom as unappreciated serenity. There's guys up mountains in Tibet for 30 years trying to get to where I get to in Denver airport. I'm like, ugh. And slightly like not being overstimulated, like allowing yourself to be bored seems to be that's kind of where creativity bubbles up. Right? You kind of allow yourself to be bored, and you allow yourself to kind of just have that kind of space.
I think it's very difficult to white knuckle creativity. I'm aware that you, as someone who has quite a sort of structured creative process, but I would imagine that if you look at the absolute big winners that you've come up with, they've probably kind of been bestowed from above in motherfucker, that's it. It's that thing. It's sort of almost divine inspiration that then gets refined in the process.
Yeah, I think there's something about, I don't know about the refining really. I mean, often it's that thing of like you're writing on stage because you're in a flow state. So I started doing a thing a couple of years ago where, actually what it was, I mean, jealousy, really. I was looking at Andrew Schultz and I was looking at Matt Rife selling out arenas across America. And I was going, how are they, what's going on here? And then, and I know those guys a little bit and I like them a lot. And I was going, what's happening? And they were putting out crowd work. I was thinking, well, I do a lot of crowd work. But what? Oh, I should do that. Oh, dummy, every day's a school day. So I kind of watched it and started putting out these crowd work videos, and it has grown. I mean, and it's also that weird thing of like going, I hadn't realized how much improv I was doing in a show. It's like 20 minutes a show of stuff that we can put out that's unique to that show.
It doesn't kill the set, doesn't
it just doesn't touch the written material. And it's a lovely thing where, as a comedian, you want to kind of, I think about, I'm in the service industry, right? And I'm going to be fine because I make something people want. I make them happy. No one remembers what I say, but they remember how I made them feel. And I tell jokes, and I want to turn up suited and booted because it's a proxy for respect, right? I respect you. You've paid money. You've come out. You've given me your time and attention. There's nothing else. All that we have in life is time and attention, and they've given me that. So I want to prepare a show and make sure there's like 150 incredible banging lines that are like, and they've been filtered from 1,000 lines that were okay but didn't quite make the cut. And then it's that thing where you go, and also I need to hold that space. Well, okay, perform those jokes, and then, okay, what do we got? Shout out. Anyone got anything? Join in. And it's like, I suppose the analogy would be, it's like doing that kind of improv. It's like watching a magician do real magic, because you're doing the thing in real time. And
it's freestyle rapping.
Yeah, and it's I wonder how much of, Chappelle said this thing a while ago, and it really struck with me, of like, he was talking about a bad gig that he had, and Dave does not have many bad gigs, but he was talking about Evel Knievel. He said Evel Knievel wasn't paid for the jump, he was paid for the attempt. And I was thinking, that's a brilliant way of looking at it, because actually, how much of what we do as comedians is bravery? How much of it is being paid to, there's freedom of speech, but it isn't freedom of consequence. And this fucking lunatic is saying anything. This guy's, I'm taking all the filters away. And if you think about what friendship is, for me, it's the person you have the least filter with. Again, another thing I got from Modern Wisdom. But it's the least filter.
I was going to ask this.
This is like a best-of episode of Modern Wisdom.
I know. It's really lovely to hear you on other shows. And I wonder how many other people pick up on it. I'm not to say that I'm your intellectual daddy or that the people on this show are. But it's so nice to hear your interpretation of ideas that really mean a lot to me, that have maybe the inspiration consciously or subconsciously is percolated through. So I'm like, fuck, that sounds familiar. Fuck, that's a work on a Hormozy quote from 2023.
Yeah. I try and give you props.
Oh, you do?
All the time, because but it is that thing where you go, it's your friendship group and the things that you're taking in. I think also, like, for a lot of people, right, I'm in a very privileged position. I'm fully aware of that. I get to know you. we get to be friends as well.
There's a question you want to bring up, we can WhatsApp each other.
And we get to be friends with George Mack, and there's a coterie of people that, we know each other, and there's a lot of mutual respect there, and I feel that, and it's lovely. But I think really the sweet source of this show is, I think most people that listen to this show have that relationship with you as well. It's just they didn't get to go for steak last night, but they kind of go, I think it's the same thing of going, I think probably most people listening to the show are like low level, a bit concerned about your health at the moment. Like, because you don't really talk about yourself that much. I think the other thing about the show is it's very much about, it's very dense compared to other podcasts.
I wanted to, that was the point I was about to make with regards to your set. And I saw you in Wembley at the second of a matinee, I think, on that evening. I think you'd done 2 in Wembley.
Oh yeah, one at 7, one at 9:30.
Yeah.
One for me, one for the taxman. That's how I operate my touring system. 2 shows a night.
Very good. And your set is incredibly lean. There is very little wasted time, including in the warm-up, which doesn't exist. And I realized that if you were to have, when I first started the show, and still now, just because of my disposition, if you were to have Rogan at one end, which is information dense but can meander because he likes to vamp and chat shit, and then if you were to have Tim Ferriss at the other end, which is very sort of structured, it's almost like a Blinkist sort of cut down.
Well, I'd even go further. I'd say to the other absolute extreme. Morgan Housel has a 15-minute podcast that you listen to and go, all right, I need half an hour to process that.
Yeah.
Because it's so dense.
Yeah, it's the Almanac of the Bell Ram Channel podcast.
Yes, he did one the other day which was like, just like 15 things I've been thinking about. And after each one, you had to kind of pause it and go,
I need a day.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, he's fucking brilliant. So, and I think that I sit, I'm a bit more Ferris pilled than Rogan pilled, but I like people feeling like, I really got a lot out of that.
I feel like I think it's really true of comedians, and I think it's increasingly true in this world, the podcast world, of like, you leak. You don't say a lot about yourself on the podcast, but you leak. Like who you are, sort of. Oh, okay. There's like
clues.
Yeah, there's little clues, and you can't hide who you are in this kind of long form for long. There's no pretense. It's great.
Just on your idea around boredom being an insights creator, this beautiful work on the magic you are looking for is in the work you're avoiding. It's a twist on that. The answers you are looking for is in the silence you're avoiding.
Yeah.
I fucking love that. The answers you're looking for is in the silence you're avoiding. You need fewer inputs, not more.
I'd agree with that. That's really... It's interesting, that thing of like, because it's 2 British guys, so we feel like we should apologise for saying anything deep. There's a natural...
Don't get ahead of yourself.
George Mack had a great line yesterday. I went for a walk with George, and he was talking about, Britain's very cynical. America's full of bullshit. Which I thought...
Yeah.
Such a great kind of...
It is.
Yeah, okay.
In England, you need to be aware of the cynics and avoid them, and in America, you need to be aware of the bullshit artists and avoid them. And both of them are applauded. The cynics are praised by most of British culture, and the bullshit artists are praised by most of American culture. But yeah, I think I've realised the sort of people that I like, and I think it's why me and you have become friends. I think it's why George is friends. Mosey, Brian Callen, like this little, whatever we want to call it, squad of degenerate people trying to work out how the world works. I like earnest people. Like people that are earnest. And my working definition of earnest is the bravery to take your emotions seriously.
Yeah, I think you can be... I think there's a sweet spot between being very sincere, but you don't need to be serious. You kind of, you're real, but it's not, And it's very, I always think that thing of like, it's very easy live as well to switch. Because there's slightly a code switch thing going on where you go, well, on stage, I'm there to do a job, we're in a theatre, this is the space, you're there to be funny. But occasionally now, and I'll allow myself to put it out on social media as well, if something comes up that's heartfelt or beautiful, sometimes you answer a question seriously. Sometimes you just go, or someone needs it. And so there's
seen a few of those.
There's a couple of those moments, like in a show, where I feel like I need to earn it. I feel like, if I do 20 minutes of fastballs, then there could be one nice moment where you make a point. But no one wants that. No one wants to come to a comedy show and have someone wag a finger at them and talk about, being progressive. It's that thing where you go, okay, I'll be super funny, and then I feel like my audience will go, okay, he's made a good point there, and nothing overly controversial. It's not like, but it's like that thing. It's really interesting, that thing of, I don't know whether it's an age thing, but feeling like I can do that a little bit more now.
Yeah, there's certainly an extra kind of credibility that comes with age that I'm feeling too. You look at Peterson, and he's got this sort of patriarch persona, right? He's got sort of the grey hair, he's got the wizened fingers that look like a fucking druid, and you think, yeah, he's able to, talk to you about the deeper meaning of life and stuff like that. And if you wear your cap backwards and walk in crocs, really, you've capped your upper bound on how much of this you can be taken seriously when you talk about. You know what I mean? So I
don't know, because I think it's much more relatable. What will people listen to? It's always that thing of, like, I wrote a book a couple of years ago, which kind of a biography / self-help, and it was like, it's that thing of going, it's Eckhart Tolle for dummies. It's because there's a lot of people that love that kind of stuff, or would love that kind of stuff, but they're not going to read that kind of stuff. It's like there's not going to find time in their day.
It's sufficiently accessible.
Yeah, and it's tough. It's tough to kind of to get through, because that stuff is actually it's sincere, and it's very serious. And I think actually you sometimes do need to sugar that pill. I think comedy does that. I mean, Peter McGraw, who I think have you had it on the show? Peter McGraw? So he's got the theory of benign violation. I was chatting to Joe about this yesterday, the idea of, like, violations being anything that messes with the norm, what your expectations of life.
Pattern interruption.
So something terrible happens in the world, and you make it benign by making a joke about it. And so this idea that jokes cannot be offensive because by making it a joke, you're putting it in this kind of sacred space. Where you're
kind of like alchemy.
Yeah, your process. Well, I often think, like, if someone's offended by a joke, I fucked up. I didn't use strong enough juju, not enough magic on that. That wasn't funny enough to make it worthwhile for them to go to that place.
I asked Schultz this same question. I said, are there any jokes that shouldn't be told? Because can you think of a joke that shouldn't be told?
No, saying something is too serious to joke about is like saying, oh, that disease is actually too serious to treat. Or saying to a journalist, oh, we can't report on this story, it's horrible. Like, you'd never dream of saying that. And you go, well, I feel sort of the same way about comedy. It's all sort of fair game. It's a question of how funny could you be?
Well, that was
how skilled could you be in doing that?
Andrew's response was, when I said, is there a joke so abhorrent that you shouldn't make it? And his immediate response was, is it funny?
Yeah.
And he's like, if it's funny, you can get away with whatever you want.
Yeah, I think so. It's not even getting away with it, though. The idea of, like, I don't buy into the...
Get away with.
Yeah, and the punching up, punching down, I don't buy into that, because in order to buy into that, you have to buy into the Frankfurt School and Foucault and Derrida and Lyotard and all of that, and the idea that power dynamics and that any cultural work is a demonstration of power. And I frankly, I was kind of brought up in that. That's when I was at university. That was all. Postmodernism was thriving.
Sexy the first time around.
Yeah, and it was very, very interesting and valuable in the lab. And very much like COVID, it escaped the lab.
Great in theory, horrible in practice.
And has had horrific effects. It's out of the lab.
The R0 number keeps on rising.
It's 28 days later, but with a meme, an idea. And I don't buy into that punching up, punching down, because in order to be punching down, you'll be looking down on someone. I'm not looking down on anyone.
Traveling should be about the journey, not the chaos of packing, which is why I'm such a huge interesting life. I heard a quote of yours, if you're going to have an interesting life, you can't have all of the other interesting lives you would have had. What's that mean to you?
Well, I suppose it's that thing of, like, it's
At some point, we'll find all that the senses have to offer, all that the natural world has to offer. The human beings are compelled by some force to have a deeper search. We are suffering from an overload of attachments to things which are ephemeral by nature, including the very idea of who we are. At a certain point, you want more knowledge, but I bring you fire. And the fire is deeper than knowledge. It takes you beyond everything. I can share with you a simple guidance that will happen with you. Would you be willing to leave everything of past? And so then I can ask you just a few simple questions. All human beings are in search of something. They don't know what it is. I say you're in search of this. All these things, they come and go. Something in this universe and it's in you that does not come and go. The real challenge in the life is to find that. And it is here and it is you.
Hello, beautiful beings. Welcome back to the Know Thyself podcast. I am filled with joy to be here at Monte in Portugal and to be across and be with a being today whose presence and teachings have impacted the hearts of millions of people around the globe, including my own. His simple yet powerful pointings into the true nature of self, I feel, reveal a lot of freedom and joy that is already available to us in this moment. And if I can invite the listeners today to, when listening to this podcast, to not be on the conquest for collecting more information, but to allow what is shared today to reflect on it in your immediate reality and experience what is said in the moment in your own self. So without further ado, Muji, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, Andre. Thank you.
Quite the setting. It's so beautiful here. Thank you for hosting us.
Very good. Welcome.
Yeah. Where I want to start today, because this is the Know Thyself podcast, since we're young, we are constantly learning about the world. We are constantly learning about defining the natural world around us, and we go to school and we learn so much, yet we don't often have the space, opportunity, invitation to look within one's own self. And so where I want to start today is, as we grow and we start to learn more about the world around us, the mind, the body, the maturing process is to learn to the truest nature of who we are in our deepest self. And so can you take us on a journey of what you feel it means to know thyself and to who we truly are in our core?
First, I think it is quite correct. All the beings who take human form, they came for purpose on the earth. And something draws them here. First, must learn about the natural phenomenal world, the earth and this amazing planet. But as much as we can learn about the planet, and we are not all on the same level or stage of maturity in terms of our spiritual growth. So it's a full mix. And it's an intentional mix, I feel, by the Supreme Consciousness. That all will learn from each other. If we're all equal, I don't know, it doesn't make sense like that. But at some point, we'll find all that the senses have to offer, all that the natural world has to offer. It's a vast kingdom. We could go on and on and on. But at some point, the human beings are compelled by some force to have a deeper search. Because all these things, without a real understanding and knowledge of our innate nature, it will not be fulfilling. As much as we desire and attain what we desire, there are always higher regions to go and go. And so I don't want to put some limitation on that. But what we know is that for many human beings who have come to the earth have demonstrated that at a certain point, all the things that could be enjoyed through the senses, through the mind, were not enough. they were not fulfilling at a deeper level. They were superficially enjoyed at a superficial level. And some force within them compels them to search for more meaning, more authentic connection with something that they may not be so clear, but they have a deep intuition that it is not held in the mere phenomenal interaction with a phenomenal universe. So we can't point these people out from a distance. Something happens from within them. And it could take, the announcing of that can take many forms. It can be some people just become sick, or they may have an accident, or they may read a book or watch a movie, or whichever way it can come. And it may seem to be accidental, but I've come to see that there's a deep wisdom underlying all these superficial, seemingly superficial or incidents, And I say this because at some point, left unto ourselves, we would just drift also through that field, which is also much wider in its appeal than the physical world. But there's some inner guiding that we may not be so conscious of it, but it brings you to where you need to be. And then there must come from you, once the taste is, you've been touched by some taste, then we will not need so much outer encouragement. The fruit of that taste will itself encourage you to go more deeply. That's just broadly speaking.
I know in my own personal journey, and many people that I speak to, whether it was a video they watched, somebody that they met, or just a natural uprising in oneself, they had that taste. They got to experience a reality within them that was more impactful, more real than anything in the sensory phenomenological world. So as we dive deeper into the self, how does observing who we are not help us clarify and see who we truly are?
Yes, that will come. That's quite a mature stage for many people.
Yeah.
There's such a powerful sense that and belief that we are our bodies and our personal identity. Another word we can use is ego, but we don't like to use that word too. We think ego is an attitude, but ego is a strong identity that we are this body and our conditioning. So for many people, we have to work with that, inside that paradigm first. At some point, you will come to again, I come back to the point where you're not on your own. You're being led by some forces guiding you to what each one need to find out. Even if you're not conscious of it, you'll find that your life takes a turn here and there. And it is to bring you to what this life was meant to experience. And ultimately, I feel, to wake up to the reality of who you truly are beyond the conditioned mind and identity that is formed in this world.
Yeah, I love what you shared before about how life takes care of life.
Yes.
And I feel that many people don't. But nonetheless, it does feel like it is the reality. As we start to dive deeper into who we're not, one way in which people really identify with themselves is through their own thoughts. They feel that they are their thoughts very strongly.
Yes.
These thoughts that are arising out of an identity structure, and it's who they perceive to, see themselves as in the world around them. So for most people, that's a very foreign idea that, I'm not these thoughts in my head.
Yes.
So starting there, how can you share that we are not our thoughts in the process of disidentifying with them?
Okay, well, you cannot be, actually, I'll go more than that, more than thoughts, whatever you perceive, whatever you experience, comes and goes. You cannot be that because when they appear and we are engaged with them, they feel very real and very present and belonging to us. But then they move on and they come and they go. And if you were that when they go, as they do and they must, you would also be gone. But something is here to witness here, that's over, the wasness of it. Everything comes and goes. So I liken it that the deeper being, the deeper awareness, is a bit like the infinite sky. And our thoughts and experiences are like clouds floating by. And from a seemingly external perspective, it feels like, yeah, there's all this, the sky is like that. But from behind the clouds, in the vastness, is untouched by them. And from that perspective, nothing sticks. Everything is floating by, has a momentariness about them. So at some stage, as we deepen and mature into a real understanding, a real seeing, it becomes automatically more clear that it is like that. And so the tendency to cling to thoughts or ideas or philosophies or whatever, it gradually lightens up and more distance is felt. We can begin to experience or perceive the world with more detachment, which is quite a healthy thing, actually. We are suffering from an overload of attachments to things which are ephemeral by nature, including the very idea of who we are is ephemeral. That's always changing also. So there must be something deeper than the layer of condition where that we accept to be the evidence of ourselves. That is also floating by. Nothing sticks in this. There is something, though, must be there to recognize nothing sticks. So earlier I gave the example because someone had asked, you often use the word like consciousness and beingness, but we are not able to relate to these terms. We don't have we don't have an image of that. Could you give us a practical guide to help us to understand what you mean when you say consciousness? So I gave the example that if I'm doing this with my hand like that, no? I'm aware, and you're aware this movement is happening. But is my awareness doing this? I said, no. I'm aware, but the awareness is not doing. The hand is doing this. If I change it like this, is the awareness changed? No, it is unmoving. Supposing this represented our thoughts also, they come and go. Is my awareness of them different? It's same. There's a stillness from where we gauge the movement of life in the world of thoughts and people and things and ideas. They appear and they may seem to be enticing for our soul for a while, but they drift on. And even the person we once thought we are or were, that shape cannot be held. Everything becomes recognized as phenomenal and ephemeral. And that there must be something that recognizes that which is changeful. So whatever you can recognize, whatever you can perceive, cannot be you that which perceive it. You see? No, that doesn't sink immediately for many people because of this very strong idea that, no, but I see all these things, but I want to be able to become more knowledgeable or more grounded in this. But even that standpoint of identity, one day is like this, another day also change. There is what I'm pointing to, there's a deeper nature in us that does not fluctuate. It's ever present. I call it that field of consciousness. I just indicated or referred to that from the place where the example of is awareness moving like the hand is moving. I said, no, that's stillness. And yet we give very little attention to that. And yet this is at the very heart of self-discovery. You see?
Yeah.
Because there is an idea that we can learn everything. Yeah, everything is attainable.
Right.
But even the very faculty that enables things to be perceived and understood, that also is not permanent. If memory is the medium that holds the information about the world and life, that also is fadeable. That also is not stable. there's something beyond even this also. Because we can say that, the memory itself memory also is going. You can say you can go to a doctor and say that my eyesight in this eye is gauged up to be like 65%, and this eye is only like 25%. So something sees the ability to see and the ability lessened by something. That an intelligence is seeing this also, and is seeing that moods come and go, thoughts come and go, feelings come and go. Even if each one was given the opportunity to write a synopsis or something about a life history, an autobiography, I'm sure if you had to keep doing this for over 3 years, it would keep on changing. It's nothing solid, is it?
So the word you used earlier was self-discovery. I feel it's really beautiful to switch from that paradigm of thinking that, because we're under the presumption that if we want to become more in life, we have to get more, right? We achieve more, we accumulate more, and you're saying actually to discover more of yourself, it's a process of realization, discovery, not achievement, attainment.
I feel that certain things we have to go through. We have to try it to see if we find fulfillment in things, or in praise, or in wealth, or in fame, or whatever. God gives space for that. We must try, so that when you leave it, you can leave it authentically. So I wouldn't put anything in the way of that will go. At a certain point, it comes a time when we are right and ready. We may not even be aware of that. But this is why I say that something is taking care of each form, each soul, a journey like that. You will just, you may have all this knowledge available to you at some point, but you will not be ready for it until you are ready for it.
Part of me on my own path has really wanted to, support people on realizing that path, and for myself at times really wanting it.
Yes.
And at the same time it feels like it happens in perfect harmony with when it's supposed to. Would you say that?
Yes, I do. I agree. Yes.
So then, can we do things to quicken our awakening, or is it really just awakening happens as it should, as it's supposed to?
It's not so accidental in some way. We are always doing something to... your intention is very important. If the intention is, I want to know more, I want to grow more, I want to... Or even could be, I want to dissolve more from all these ideas that are so cherished, but they're not bearing fruit. Help me to unplug from them. You see? Mm-hmm. You find your way gradually. You find often your way by finding what is really not your way anymore. We outgrow certain kind of practices, and it becomes more, we feel pulled in a certain direction that your mind may not consciously recognize, but turns out to be fruitful. And like this, it helps us to grow in faith and to trust more that there is some power that is watching out for you in that way. As you get more mature, it becomes much more easy to see this, and to your advantage also. And you don't stand in your own way.
I definitely feel like at times I stand in my own way, and the memory of personhood slips back in unconsciously, yes. Right? And so, for my own path and for the listeners tuning in, how, for the desire and the intention to want to identify and see and operate from the pure witness, and to know that as who we are more throughout our days. Sri Nisargadatta says we're looking for the house, never having left home.
Yes.
Right. And Francis of Assisi says the place we're looking for is the place we're looking from.
Yes.
This pure witness deep within, I taste it. I get more and more moments of it. But for what to do when you slip into those unconscious ways, and the memory of who we have been is that conditioning is very strong.
All of it is included in the journey. All of it, the slipping back, and there is something in it. Sometimes we may imagine that we have left something, but there's still more to come. So the great consciousness brings you back. Sometimes failure is part of succeeding, just in the same way like sickness can be a part of health also. So these things, we must not lament too much about them, you know. The key is to persist and to always hold high thoughts about it, you know? That it cannot be mainly about knowledge in that way. The knowledge must combust into actual experience. It must bear fruit in that way. And it's only then that it becomes alive. It cannot be alive only informationally. It has to somehow be transformative. You will feel the change in your life from deep within, not just externally, but you'll experience deep within. And these are not changes that can be gauged by scientific study. It's more intuitive. As the intuitive areas in your life open up, your capacity to perceive in ways far beyond the earlier stages are growing, and they are full of joy. It's a joy when we are coming to see the things that are beyond the common mind, to intuit in that way. It's a great beauty, and it's all in you. It's all just waiting to be discovered more and more. We must overcome the influence of the psychological identity, but it takes time, and so I can't say that it will take the same time for everyone. Some people take to it much, much more quickly, you see. The more concepts we have, the more complexity and the more difficulty we'll experience. Actually, in the end, we transcend the realm of concepts, actually. The concepts are only guides along the way. You come back to yourself, which is really beyond you're not just, truth cannot be some treasured bundle of concepts. All this you will leave. All this you will leave. And if we trust in knowledge deeply, some fear will come. Even to transcend our present state of identity takes some courage, you see, because always the fear is that I'm going to lose something of value. But there's nothing of greater value than your own being. We're using the word value because it's beyond value. It's just true.
Would you assert any qualities to that place within us in terms of what it's like, or maybe the fragrances of what comes out from it?
The perfume of it, or fragrance, is peace. And a falling away of fearfulness. A deep joy. An expansion in love. Wisdom. Spontaneous existence. The falling away of judgments. It's very beautiful. And that's just the perfume.
Mm-hmm.
But the flower, no one can see phenomenally. In fact, you cannot experience yourself. This is a very strange one to say. You can experience the sense of otherness, but the singularity in you cannot experience. You can only be. But we may say, but I love the taste of things. Experience is to taste things, to taste otherness. And yes, it's beautiful to taste a sense of otherness. But when you find that which is not fitting the category of otherness, then your joy is complete. You see, it's not easy to try and explain that in a mental way, because the mind works in duality, one thing against another, subject and object, you and me, this and that, and that's fine, because that does not need to dry up completely. It can be there, but it is experienced in a new light, in a different way, as just a dance of God or of consciousness. It's so, I'm so happy when I speak about this, because I'm happy because I feel I have nothing burdensome to share with another human being. that it is really fun to work with God and to discover yourself. In the beginning, because, the old identity is almost like it doesn't want to move, although it doesn't really exist, It exists only through thought. But when the courage is, also grace brings courage also. And intuition, in the sense that there's more beyond this. You feel it.
Do you feel like that space within us is the same within everybody and is what people mean when they refer to God?
Yes. In everyone, not only human beings also. In every living thing.
I feel the joy and the beauty when you talk about this space because of how intimate you are with the space and how much it's impacted your life, and the presence that you carry in that realization then becomes the invitation for so many people to touch that space within themselves. And I'm excited to continue to talk about this space as we desire to touch more of that space. It feels as though we have like an investment in who we have been, an investment into personhood and identity. And it's tough to let that go because we've spent so much of our life being somebody who we're not. And it's hard to let that go. So how do you support people in letting go of that perceived investment?
They have to have a taste
it
of that which is beyond everything you have possessed so far. They have to have it, you see. It cannot just be merely promises. They have to have a taste of it. You see, sometimes I say, at a certain point you want more knowledge, but I bring you fire. And the fire is deeper than knowledge. You have to be set on fire. It's a beautiful fire. It takes you beyond everything. Because really, you may start with a sense of touching, sort of like a taste of the infinite. But it will not be enough for you. At some point, you want to be totally consumed in it. And then the courage to let go. You said very beautifully, you described the state very beautifully, because at some point, the sense that I want this, but not at the expense of all that I have gained,
Yeah.
That's valuable.
Yeah.
It just comes to mind when sharing, I say, supposing a very evolved being appear to you and say, my dear Andre, I know your longing in your heart, and I have come to answer that longing in you. Whatever is your highest, your deepest, whatever you want, in the all of creation, in all of the universe, whatever you want, I have the power to give it to you right now. And but there's one thing. All this you can have, whatever you can have in exchange for your consciousness. Anything you want. How big, how great a deal is that?
Bad deal.
Yes, no deal. Because how can you enjoy or to taste or to know or to feel or to exist or to be even self-aware without consciousness? It is at the root of all things. You see, there's nothing can compare. Even to enjoy the mundane things of life, you need consciousness. But there's a saying, we want to taste the honey, you don't want to be the honey. But here, you get to taste the honey, and you are the honey.
I love it. I want to keep tasting this. I want to keep tasting the honey.
Yes.
As well for the listeners, is there something that you can share to help us go a little bit deeper into the self-tasting?
Yes, I like that. I like that we come to a point beyond just question and answers. I can introduce just a simple guidance for those who want to experience it, but without trickery. And that is what I share. That if I were to say to you, if someone were to come and ask me, I hear that you can help people to go beyond superficial life and mind. And, I wish to go beyond, because my mind and life has become so complex. It's so uncontrollable. And I feel now I'm suffering. Can you help me to go beyond all of this? And I say yes. Let's try and see. If you are earnest, why not? This very day. And so I'd say I can share with you a simple guidance that will happen with you for a few moments. And it will start like this. If I were to ask you, if you want to go beyond all of this in a safe way, I would say, for the duration of my sharing with you and guidance with you, would you be willing to leave everything of past just for the duration of our talk?
Yes.
Is it just for duration? After, you can take the back.
Then I'll do it the rest of my life.
Okay, let's see. I only ask this just for the time that we are sharing, to say that everything to do with past, like what brought you to this point, all of these things, we can just, if you agree, can we just not mention that? Don't hold it. Don't cling to it. Mm-hmm. Just leave it over there. Leave it to the side. And also, I'm gonna just check in with you to ask if you're on board with this or not. Okay. You can also indicate, because that's only fair, no? So everything to do with the past, what brought you to your present journey, all of this, your family life growing up. Say, can we just leave that just for the short time we're speaking? Leave that. So that's there. And anything to do with the future, starting from now onwards, that we will not engage about, the kind of world we want to see. We want to see this happen in the world. We want this. Just leave that for now. So, of the past, we leave. And about future, we leave. So only present moment. The present moment. And the present moment, we also don't hold on to any thoughts about who we are in this moment. And even what you want and how nothing. Is it possible to do that?
Yeah.
Really? Okay, good. Then we're doing good. So to the past, we leave for a moment. We don't mention now, just for this 5 minutes or 10 minutes, whatever. And about future, also you leave it. And about the present moment, whatever that may mean. So we're not going to engage with anything to do with mind assessments for a moment. Okay? So empty. And it's not difficult. Your intention is at the heart of it. Say, I won't engage with that. I won't bring up this. So if you leave about the past to the side, about future to the side, and now we're sitting here under this beautiful tree, don't even bring any of these things. So you're empty. You're still aware, isn't it? Okay. So leaving all these things aside. So empty. If I could say, through some invisible hole in your body, took everything out, everything of the past, the memory of feelings, sensations, everything, all attachments, all projections, all ideation, just suspend them out for a moment. There will remain something that cannot be taken, cannot be manipulated. It's just there, just whatever is here. Cannot be created or constructed. It's just what is. I call it the isness, or what is. Here. No association with past or future or even present. Nothing phenomenal to the senses or to the mind. But there's awareness here. And so then I can ask you just a few simple questions, which you can answer yes or no. You don't have to think about it. They should be very present with you when you're not engaged with past or future or any present desires, but you're here. This space, let's call it like that, the space that is here, does it have any shape? Is there any shape?
No.
No. Any color?
No.
No. Whatever it is that is here, that remains, is there any force?
No.
No. Whatever it is that is here, can it be ever sick or depressed?
No.
How vast is it? Can there be a boundary beyond which it does not exist? Can there be any limit?
Not that I can see.
Very good. Very good. Is it a thought?
No.
No. Does it have a beginning, a point of beginningness, or a place of ending? Is it anything like this?
No.
No. In itself, can it fade? Like as this play of time goes, it disappears or becomes weak. Would that be true? Can it fade?
No.
No. It is not. Is it a state of hypnosis?
No.
Very good. Are there any judgments in it?
No.
No. Can it be owned by some people and not by others?
No.
Was it born?
I don't think so.
I come back to the point. Is it an image?
No.
No. Is it a farm?
No.
Okay, so the question comes, was it born?
No.
Can it die?
No.
No. Is it a mood?
No.
No. Can the mind exist outside of it?
No.
No. Can it be lost?
No.
Can it be possessed?
No.
apart from you is it?
It's not far. It's right here.
It's right here. That's good. So I'll just summarize. I ask you if it is an object, you say it's not an object. I ask, has it got a size? I mean, is there some boundary beyond which it does not exist? You say no, there's no such thing. I ask you, can it become sick? You say no. I ask you, is it a state of hypnosis? You answered no. I ask you, is there any judgment in it? You say there's no judgment. Can it be owned? You say no, it cannot be owned. Can it be lost? Cannot be lost. I ask, was it born? No. Can it die? No. Can the mind exist outside of it? You say no. Then I ask you, how far is it from you? You say, you say it's here. You didn't seem to need some time to think about these things. There's something very immediate in your responses. So I would only conclude that what you are aware of and we're speaking about is yourself. Is the truth of ourself. Can it be lost? No. Can it fade? No. Can it be sick? It itself, can it be sick? No. Can it die? No. It does not fit into the range of mental descriptions. It's not there. And yet, you don't have to research. There's something so clear in all of this. Are you imagining this?
No.
No. So, my conclusion is you're sharing your fundamental nature. Can it be forgotten?
No.
No. So, that's it. And now, as I promised, you can retain all the things you left aside. The ideas that we had before, you can leave about the future, desires and so on. You can have, enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
Can they replace or remove this?
No.
No.
Thank you. That's very beautiful.
Yes. So this is a simple exercise and very short. I don't even want to call it a meditation. We may call it a guided meditation. But the seeing is your own, confirmed from your own self. And if we don't add any thought to that, don't push anything, how are you?
It's freedom.
If I were to say, nice to meet you, what would it mean?
there's something inherently liberating about touching a place that feels imperishable, that feels like it can't die.
Yes. It feels like
It is.
you choose in your seeing, you see.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like it is for you. Maybe someone else cannot verify for you, but in your own seeing, it's something's here that underlies the phenomenal universe, the realm of thought and feeling, of ideas and projections and all of this. It is here, independent of them. But they cannot exist independent of it. It is the support, the root, they call it the very ground of being. And in that arises a self-image, an identity that dances in this also. But it is perceived, everything is perceived in this. To appear, to disappear, to come, to go, to arise, to subside. But does this suffer from the effects arising in it?
So would you say that the more that we touch this space, the more frequently that it'll just be our present reality and it's not something we have to go back to? The more we taste it, the more it's...
That is called true sadhana, which means that, you authentically, because at sometimes people have come to this, like this, then a few moments later or a day, fear comes from the mind. It will come. It's like, you're taking away my treasures, or whatever form it may take. I said, that's okay, expect that will come. That will also come and go. Can this come and go? Now you are conscious of consciousness, you see? And to sit with this, if you have come to that place of recognition, I only encourage you, sit with this. Learn to abide with this, because it's as though the mind force is going to come to distract the attention, to say, yeah, you're late and there's things to do, we cannot hang around being... You have to face that and see that is just apparent, it's not real. But you don't have to give up life and go live in a mountain. And no, life flows on. But it is flowing within this. It is flowing within this space of being. And you are here. You are the flow and you are the witness of the flow also. The flowing is changeful. It's the dance of life. It is fine. Where is yesterday? Apart from perhaps some subjective ideas of the content of what you tasted.
Yeah.
Whereas yesterday, who can lean back and take a piece of yesterday and say, look, I've got the evidence of yesterday.
Yeah.
Everything is like this, it's fine. Except this.
Mm-hmm.
What is yesterday for this? What is tomorrow for this? But not everyone is ready to look at this, because fear comes, and fear is the gateway to both freedom and bondage.
Mm.
Something feels, like an existential thing that I'm going to get cancelled or something. I said, no. However many layers you may peel off, you will always be you. Just more full, more complete, more broad, more true, more stable. But the mind says, no, you're losing all that you have earned. I said, please show me what you have earned. So there is a thing where we are getting better, growing more and more, getting better and better, or another way is that somehow we are unbecoming what we are not. Some wrong ideas we have about ourselves. And in the discovery, you alone will taste and see if it is good or not. Is there some trick in this? And who will benefit? Is there some trick in this awakening? Does it mean, give up this, give up your career? Not at all. I don't see
Yeah.
It all arises in this. And if there is something to move into higher ground with, it will manifest within you.
It feels like this, of course, if it's our true self, can be brought wherever we go. It feels like, this carries with us. And I'm feeling into those who maybe appear or think of spirituality or, from the outside and perceiving touching this place means a lack of involvement from the world, that you have to detach from the world. But you're somebody that's incredibly involved with the world, and so I'd love for you to speak to how the sense of freedom, it changes how you relate to everything around you, the people, the relationships, but it doesn't mean that you that you're outside of the world all of a sudden, but that you're fully here and present with it in a different way. We relate completely differently. I'm
not a prisoner of the world. I'm not a prisoner of my mind. It comes, thoughts come, feelings come, but they see that they come and go. They cannot carry off what is fundamentally here. And actually, the life is so much more harmonious and peaceful. And yes, some people may experience it to be challenging because there's a fear underlying the sense of personhood, like a fear of extinction, because that's what that state offers. That's not what your true nature offers. You see, this is why I ask, was it born? Can it die? Something can die. The body will pass. But this will never pass. It has never passed. There's no date in it. And even also the exercises that people are getting used to, it's not like, let's come, give me everything you have and then stand over there. No, I say, no. Just leave it aside and learn to look independent of the things that arises in you. Learn to look and see that without you, none of this has any meaning at all. And you, when I say without you being what? Consciousness. Your consciousness appearing inside a form, but not losing, the belief in our identity in some way creates a veil over that seem to cover or hide the deeper reality of who we are. People need not be afraid. Still, fear will come. Fear is part of life. And it will accompany you until you transcend it. I don't say to fight fear and fight. No, if you fight fear, you just become a fighter of fear. And the mind grows with resistance also. Mm-hmm. It's an illusion that we have to feel that, yes, I'm going to lose everything. What is the thing that you have gained? I have nothing against the world. Everything in the world is fine. But our attitude to it and who we take ourselves to be with it is where the pollution begins.
Do you have moments where you, at this point, forget that you are that consciousness and identify with thoughts and fall back into personhood? Do you experience that?
I can identify with thoughts and experience personhood without forgetting myself. It's a funny thing to say, no? When I say forgetting myself. Because, I think you passed one thing up there where we say, I am. Before the idea came to me that I need to remember myself or that I could forget myself was believed. I am. That I amness is this. So within that, I'm not, I made a mistake. No, this can happen. But something pure inside you kind of autocorrects things in a different way, not in a religious way, not in a kind of judgmental way. Just it's like it somehow it realigns itself with inside the harmony. So this is why it's so difficult to write about, because in each way it has this unique way. Mm-hmm.
So, as I go back to Los Angeles, or we're all living our lives, I taste this place within myself more and more. And at times my mind falls back into judgment. It falls back. And my desire, my intention is I want to see people truly as they are, like trees, like beings of their own. That is my ultimate desire with that. But sometimes the conditioning of my mind pulls me back into even going on like silent retreat. I sit next to somebody and they keep coughing every 5 minutes, or something happens in the mind's like, oh, I wish it was a different way. Trying to change circumstance to my own liking. There's this feeling of self-righteousness, and so is it then just practicing coming back to that place over and over again, or is there a way to cut through deeper?
We don't need to practice becoming better at this and better at that, and a bit more tolerant of people and so on, because there's no end to that. No? If you come to the fundamental principle, you see, of seeing that everything that appears is appearing through the mind in true form, and are perceived in you, you're the witness to them, and first, that's a very important stage, one of the most primary stages in self-discovery, is to function as a detached witness to things. Learn that. And that's not judging things, it's just recognizing that the witness is not the thing witnessed, and experience this. Check in with that. That is. And that also, a very important point, is that the mind and its world and the one who suffers it or is attached to it are both like two sides of one coin. They're phenomenal, which means that the person you have identified yourself to be is also something phenomenally watchable from that deeper place of this detached witnessing. If that becomes clear for you, a lot of things start to autocorrect. A lot of you don't enrich all your energy in things which are just superficial and very subjectively perceived. You become more anchored in the root consciousness. These are simple things, but so profound. You see? And when I say I use the word autocorrect, because what happens is that as you it's like things are brought to your attention more and more, and then you can offer them up to say, I wish to offer this. I see this is not in support of the truth I am. You can just offer. It can be gentle. It need not be brutal. It can be and pleasurable also. It's not, oh, I'm giving up all my sweeties and why does God have to take? I said, this is not true. This is a false kind of religious views. It's not like this. It's the universal consciousness is in you. It loves you. It loves being you. But it also has a journey to make, and it transforms that journey the more the heart opens up and become aware of it, and works and to take you back to your original nature. Because you're growing towards that. First, all human beings are in search of something. They don't know what it is. I say you're in search of this. But until you're clear about it, it appears to be the good job and great relationship and the money and the fame and da. So we have to work through some of these things. But at some point, you see, nothing is wrong with the money, nothing wrong with the family. These can all be there. They are not the problem. It's what you take them to be in you that becomes a problem. You see? So all these things, God made them. But now you must be wise in our relationship with them. Because all of them are only of significance to you. All these things, they come and go. Something in this universe, and it's in you that does not come and go. The real challenge in the life is to find that. Stop fighting the world. Find that one. And it is here, and it is you.
Yeah, there's something within me, I feel within us all, that seeks for that like a pleasant experience, a pleasurable experience of life, and look through it and try to find it through the senses and the external world and the relationships. I love how you shared the person and the person who judges, for example, are two sides on the same coin.
Yes.
And I would love for you to share a little bit more of how, when there's not such a strong sense of self, then consciousness doesn't.
When you say self, you mean personal self or
personal self, the lowercase self. Then consciousness doesn't waste its energy as much recording things on a personal basis.
That is true. Totally. We hemorrhage a lot of energy on very ephemeral experiencing.
Keeping score.
Yes, because that's important. That's how the nature of personhood works like that. As to compare, as to be better, as to like this. But it became normalized and it can seem right, but it's not loving. It's not kind. It's not generous. It's not wise. It's fearful. And that's why it's always on the move. Because no state is deeply satisfying to him, you see. It's the next thing. But as soon as you come to stand on the ground of your being, you see, all those obsessions, those absurdities, that cruelty, that self-cruelty begin to dissolve by itself. You don't have to go and bury them in the bush behind the tree. They just dissolve because they were not real. This is what happens here, because sometimes people come and say, oh, my mind is so strong, and I never slept last night, and it's torturous and so on. No? And now with my more mature students, I tell them, go sit now, okay? And do the exercise I give you now. Just go sit. And I've had people who I've known for years struggling. Oh, I tried to do this exercise. I'm doing this breathing exercise. I'm doing pranayama. Sit and do what I tell you. Do 10 minutes now. Just let that be and stay in the place of the impersonal weakness. Stay in the sense of being. And every time you're going to find it very difficult at first, because it's as though the reflex is to go back into the mind. And each time, don't fight, don't judge, just bring it back into the neutrality of just impersonal consciousness. Keep doing. In a short space of time, I could show you so much sharing about people. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Because I'm not afraid anymore. Even when that one lady from India just sent a message, says I've got stage 4 cancer, everything in my body is going, Babaji. But I am not worried at all. I'm just so alive. And you can hear her like this. But she's found that timeless awareness within herself. Why I am so happy about it? Because it's not a gamble. You give me this, I give you that. I said, no, leave that there. Look from here and look at detachment. Detachment is one of your superpowers. You don't use it.
So that habitual tendency for attachment, when we touch that impersonal place within us, like we're speaking to, how we relate to everybody around us fundamentally changes, right? It's a sharing of joy, not an extraction of joy. And for romantic relationships, I want to ask you, because there is this, operating from this place that's impersonal and that is like free within ourselves is so foreign to how most people are used to relating within other human beings, and especially romantic connections.
Yes.
In Buddhists, they have the term tanha, which is like a clenching motion. So it's like attachment, but tanha is more like clenching and grabbing and wanting to hold, because it builds our sense of self. And so when we're touching the true self and we're operating from the real self that doesn't need the other person, but gets to share the joy. I would love for you to share how the difference in relating from this place. And,
Beautiful.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. Yeah. We think that somehow clinging and it's how it's meant to be, but it's very costly. It's full of pain because there's no trust also, and especially if you're beginning to explore these paths together. Whoa. It's too good. It's too good. It's too good. You see, we have a lot of nonsense ideas about love and how it should be, and it's a lot built on insecurities and the need for someone else to make you feel secure. And of course, if someone breaks the trust, if some hurt is there, but not devastation is not there. You're much more in tune. You can love more freely when it's not a need, when you're not desperate. Like I say, you should only be desperate for freedom. I say, when you're curious, you learn. When you're desperate, you discover. But in a relationship, we come into that. You bring that, and not just you say intimate relationship, romantic relationship. In a way, I'm going to be daring say something. It's just coming up now. Probably never said this before. Okay. Every relationship is a romantic relationship. Every relationship is a God relationship, actually. You understand?
Yeah,
that's how love comes. When I say intimate, I don't mean necessarily sexually intimate. I'm just saying that the intimacy that we experience. And I would like somehow you guys could be here a little bit in Sahaja, just see how people are. It's just so more natural way. And of course, always learning. Sometimes selfishness comes, sometimes different things come. But something is there to say, oi, you know that doesn't serve you, you see? But it becomes a joy. It's not like, oh, if I do this, I get into trouble. But it becomes more joy. It's a joy in giving. I don't know, it sounds, I'm listening, maybe it sounds a little bit, I don't know how it sounds.
No.
But, it's not how it sounds, how it is.
Yeah.
You see how it is. It says, you discover expressions within yourself that we've long been in denial of them, unaware of them, of your capacity to give and the joy of letting go of things. If you could collect everything in the world, and if you could let go of, and this one let go of everything in the world, you'd be much happier. If you hold everything in the world, everything, you'll be a miserable person. The next one, he lets go of everything in the world, everything, including himself. And you will not, and you meet God.
Yeah, that rings so true in myself. It's like just removing the barriers between truth, between two people, and with that, there's an intimate, real connection. You can really be with the presence of another being, and it doesn't mean romantic sexually, but
of course you cannot force. You may have this openness, and maybe that's not mutual. There's a wisdom there. You see, there's a wisdom there. And that's very important. You must always give space to the person. If you feel a lot of love from a distance, blessed from a distance, they not even need to know that comes from you.
So we're here. I want to ask, as you grow on your journey, how do you see others navigate how they relate to their own sexuality in particular? Because we have this human biological, technology that is wired to procreate, and how do you relate to how you use your own sexual energy or navigate that on the process of waking up to who you truly are?
My life doesn't belong to me like that. You understand? Like I'm governing what I do.
Yeah.
I find that something releases from the tensions of giving attention to so many things. It manifests very spontaneously. And there's no greater joy than spontaneous existence. Planned existence is highly overrated. You understand? You're finding there's so much in you. There's so much of you. You're so powerful, so beautiful. But we cramp our energy by trying to standardize and to somehow strategize. We just cramp your style. You see?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
We do all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, let it flow. Let it flow.
So, like the sexual energy in particular, you know, if you have urges, or you're saying to allow the spontaneity of how it wants to express itself.
No. Slow down a little bit there. I don't
Cut
want to
scene, I'm humping a tree 3 minutes later. What I really mean is,
I know there's a part of the mind that wants to take that.
And say, whoa, you say like, Ray and no, whoa. No, there's a wisdom that comes with it, because also the human being has to learn to, understand those appetites, that they're not always, the mind makes a lot of them through its own, to fulfill its own projection, its own weaknesses also. So I don't want to say that. I mean, of course, we are free to make all the mistakes in the world. And we are free to be free, and you're free to be bound, We must learn that, and we must approach it with some respect also. But that respect, it need not, at first we are going to be very animal in our behavior. We've passed many of those stages. But as you grow, some refinement comes, and a higher way comes, and more respect comes, and more appreciation comes. And it doesn't dampen that, because the joy that comes from addiction and the joy that comes from freedom is very different. So, I had to hold you back there a little bit.
Yeah.
And it's a good question. It's a good question, because many people feel like, so basically, it's just set it free. And it's not free. It's not free. I've heard of some communities like that they explored all these things, and like someone who was married and but this person wanted to have a more kind of, I don't know, they call it like free interaction with other people, and was encouraging, like, say, his wife to do this, but she was not comfortable with that. She'd try, and they even came here to this place. They came here also, and he was speaking, like, representing her, like, we.
Yeah.
But she found courage here to say, no, it's not we, it's he.
Yeah.
He's more like this. I am not like this. And so we could talk, and he came actually. So that in my view, that had a good ongoing outcome, because some space was given to understanding that you cannot impose your own will. There's so much. Sexuality, sex is also a beautiful thing. Like everything else in the life can be. Everything can be. And everything we learn from, bitter or sweet, we can learn from them. But we must have respect and not exploit.
Yeah.
And then sometimes we don't know the difference. So everything is in a movement of ascending. It has to be that. Otherwise, we don't reach that level of fulfillment which life offers. But it's not so. But we have to go through all these things. I'm not a strong moralist. You should not. No, I said no. You can learn, but also move on from some things, bro. I don't even find myself saying this to people. I don't think I need to do that, because they're finding out for themselves that no, this is not really what I want. I thought this is what I want. And I'm so sorry I made it. I said, no. Learn from your mistakes rather than lose energy feeling sorry. That does not help you. Learn from them and move. This is good.
Yeah. Yeah, the joy that comes from bondage versus freedom, right?
I think the trouble is that people are in stages of bondage that they are labeling freedom.
Yeah.
And with the maturity, you come to see these things. Every genuine urge in you to find truth, it brings so much blessing in other ways that you're growing multidimensional ways. You know, really in a way that the state of personhood cannot do by itself.
Yeah.
You're working in harmony with the universal consciousness.
Yeah, it's like that difference between freedom being perceived as I can just do whatever I want, whenever I want, versus freedom from the urge to be anywhere other than where you are.
Yes.
That feels like what you're speaking to.
Yes. We must try that one. We must try that one. Listen, I'm free. Let me just do what I want to do. Like, you know, we try that until you start to pay attention that it hurts.
Yeah.
Not just others. You get hurt also, right? You know? But we have to try out things. I think the earth is a very experimental place. You have to try out a lot of things. But you don't have to experience everything.
Right. You can also learn.
You can be wise. You learn something, and it gives you access to a lot of things in a good way.
I love the thread that we're on of relating to the world from this place from within. Another one that I want to speak to is how we relate to praise and blame from the outside world.
Yes.
Because when we don't have this strong sense of a lowercase self that we're referring ourselves to, then, you know, even when somebody shares something beautiful, it's like, who is there to receive it in a way? But it can still be reflected and received beautifully. But sometimes I struggle even receiving positive. The negative ones don't really bother me as much. I know a lot of people struggle with the negative blame and hate that comes their way. And so how does how we relate to praise and blame change as we tap into the space within, you know, how we relate to it?
The life shifts from person to presence. In the paradigm of person, we are very insecure, actually. The state of personhood is a mode of consciousness, but it's very shaky, very insecure. No? And it needs to be encouraged and reminded and appreciated. No? That's how the ego identity works. And it works for that on many levels. Even sometimes when it fights against it, it still values that. And that's a stage that we will live within that paradigm for a while, but that will gradually also change now.
Yeah.
But as that shift occurs from the state of person to presence, or presence beingness, there's a stage beyond presence beingness, the stage of absoluteness. You see? But for me, the real citizen of the earth is presence, not person. And as you move more into the state of presence, then these things are not so important for you. Praise, people praise. Oh, thank you so much. You did so much for me. But it's a kind of neutrality. There's a feel of neutrality in you. It's very sensible, you know. And it can feel happiness for others. It can feel when something comes and it's sincere, and it has an integrity in it, and it appreciates that. But it doesn't fall for flattery.
Yeah.
And also, no one can flatter God, you know. Yeah. So, you know, in the same way, those who are searching for truth, they don't buy for flattery. You know, for a while we'll enjoy it. Of course, it's good to feel appreciated, but it's also flattery is very sometimes can be very manipulative, ways. So there's something that becomes very even-minded, and it might seem to someone who's very excitable to be more boring because you're not sort of like jumping around, you know. But later they will come to you and sit with you and say, you know, please help me. I really got stung because I invested so much emotional, you know, sort of investment in this relationship or whatever, because they said all these wonderful things to me, and basically, you know, like I went for it, and now I'm just, so then you become more open to learn when you're hurt by mistakes. And you don't become resentful. It's always good to have someone you can share with, because if you don't, you can become very resentful.
That's beautiful, that shift from person to presence. And, you know, because I'm sure many times people come up to you and share really beautiful reflections of how you've changed their life fundamentally. And it's like receiving from the heart when it's coming from the heart, versus the flattery is like you said, I love how you broke that down of how it can be very manipulative. And
yes. And I don't change their life. They change their life with my support.
Yeah.
They change because they made those choices. And I only support that and say, you know, this is good, and try this. And, you know, they changed their life. Mm-hmm.
So the more that we're touching this formless place within ourselves, it feels like there's more harmony, and there's a natural sense of well-being. And like we spoke to earlier, life takes care of life. Why do you feel like
И я думаю, что это то, что ждет
see if there's any damage. We also need you to bring a backup generator from the machine yard to the municipal transformer station. That should give them some power until the grid is completely restored. And if that isn't enough work for us, the pipes near Sandwing have burst, making the roads impassable. We need to replace the burst pipes with new ones, which you can get from the machine yard.